Oh, what? Can you not hear me? Can you not? It's probably Music's a little loud. It's like at the club. Oh god. I'll tab in, I'll check my levels, don't fucking worry about it. Don't worries about it. Don't worries about it. You don't need to worries about it. Here we go. So there's a couple important decisions I'm gonna need you guys to help me make. Let me One of them is which day I do the Halloween stream, because I know some people do things on Halloween, and other people don't. And I have a feeling you guys are gonna say, yeah, sure, it's okay if you do it on Halloween, because I have a feeling most of my fans are the types of people that don't do things on Halloween. I think that's a decent assumption. What the fuck is that emote? What the fuck is that? Oh, oh, when you pair those two emotes together, it's so sad. Oh no, I hate that. Looks like a little goth kid. He's a poor bastard. Okay, so doing it on Hallows Eve sounds kind of cool. What day is that? What day is it? Hold on, I've got like a porn phone and a normal phone now. And I keep mixing up the two, which sort of defeats the purpose. So it's Sunday. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Come on down to Big Fuckos. Big truck fucking. See the dragons, fuck the cars in real life. It's just like your favorite subreddit. Only on Sunday. Hello? How's it going, gamers? Why do I look like that? Oh god, I look like the emo kid. Ah! I got new headphones, so it makes me look like a doofus. Oh shit. Somebody just subscribed for 6 months? Dr. Mortis, thank you. Mike Al Human, 9 minutes ago, thank you for the 6 months. I gotta turn text to speech back on. I gotta like use fucking the Stream Elements one because I don't want to use Streamlabs anymore. Streamlabs is gay and stupid and cringe, and I hate it. I hate it. It's stupid. Stupid. Big stoopy, dude. Mega stoopy. Hard stoopy on that one. Sounded like Captain Spaulding. What is that in, like, not boomer speak? I don't know what that means. Fake and gay? Dude, do you think Ray William Johnson holds up? Absolutely not, right? Absolutely not. I don't want to watch Ray William Johnson right now, but that's potentially like 15 minutes of Ray William Johnson. Just good old fashioned equals 3. Ooh. Wilson from Castaway. I think everybody can sort of. That's an easy one to figure out, Wilson from Castaway, because that reference was very popular in cartoons. You did the Sunday speech. Clown from House. I don't know what that means. I don't know what House of a Thousand Corpses is. Is that a band? I don't know what that means, dude. You're speaking fucking Chinese. Speaking of which, I need you guys to help me make a decision. It's a Rob Zombie movie. Whoa, and you expect me to have watched it. I don't... You know what I'm saying? Rob Zombie's a rock star dude who made movies, man. I know who Rob Zombie is. I just think that it's not necessary. Oh, I've had a studio mode on this whole time, like an idiot. So let me just... Hello. It's a horror movie about trailer trash serial killers. Wow. So, here's the decision I need you guys to help me make. I have not ordered food for delivery in like a month and a half. I'm very proud of myself for doing that. However, there's no food in there anymore. I ate all the food. I can't go grocery shopping because it's 8 p.m. And I mean I could, but I feel like an asshole. You know? Is Doomy's open? I had Doomy's and I did not like it. I did not like it. Plus they're nowhere fucking near me. You can cook? Functionally, yes, I can cook. From an objective utilitarian standard, I can cook. If food needs to be cooked, then it would be cooked. I wouldn't say I am a chef. I wouldn't say that. But I can, in fact, put bread in a toaster. What if it needs to taste good? I'm the only person I'm cooking for. I'm not cooking for any loved ones. I'm not cooking for fucking the thousands of children. I'm not cooking for a friend. I'm cooking for me. Which means that to 95% of you, it's not going to taste good. It's going to be lame. It's going to be like, what? Dude, this... Are you sure? Really? I cook the type of stuff that you would eat and feel good. Not you wouldn't say anything to your friend about it. That sort of thing. Met you at TwitchCon. I got a picture. Hello. How are you? Good. We're gonna watch some AVGN, but I wanted you guys to help me decide if I should order food or eat icing with a spoon. Which doesn't sound bad. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Because I've got a little tub of icing in there. And I have no cake mix or anything. So it's just icing. And I could eat that with a spoon. And I could have that and some, I think I have some rice. Don't have anything with the rice, but the rice is not something that I can go cook while I'm streaming. I feel like an asshole doing that. Order a cake and then add the icing. Fuck you. Have some ricing. Isn't that the poison in Breaking Bad? Alright, we're gonna order food. Let's, I I'm gonna put this on BRB. Now, we'll start up the AVGN. How's that sound? I do have I would like to play Scorn. I'd like to play Scorn next stream, and I want to do one before Halloween. And Scorn. I did. Okay. I want to spoil it so bad. I want to spoil. I did a funny, and I want to spoil it, but I can't. I can't. Because I don't exactly get a huge variety of viewers. If I spoil it now, it's not gonna surprise anyone when I do it then. And that's lame. That sort of defeats the fucking purpose. Oh, I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna hold on. And not do that. Let's put on AVGN Season 2. Ooh. Donkey Kong 64. Donkey Kong 64 is the first game I remember playing. Full on. This is my first game. I had to have been like 3. I couldn't read. How old do you learn how to read? Younger than that. I don't know. Small. What are 8? Listen. I understand what a like a 12-year-old looks like. Okay? I understand if somebody said 12-year-old, I have an image in my head. But if somebody said 6-year-old, I don't know what that looks like. Everything between baby and 12 years old, I can't place that on a scale. That's the nebula. I don't want anything to do with those creatures zone. I don't know what they're like. I don't know what a 3-year-old looks like. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, and I definitely don't want to ask that. You managed to catch a stream? Well, hello, welcome, hello. A baby on its feet. Is that 3? It's like the goblin stage. Can it speak? I don't know. I don't fucking know. A bit? What does that mean? The goblin stage, the hobgoblin stage. And then eventually they become conscious human beings. Everything between baby and conscious human being, I don't know. It's all. Those are all there's a species of animal. Those aren't human beings yet. They're not real. Okay, we're gonna order food after I put on this AVGN. Let me pause this Donkey Kong 64 music. Before I put on AVGN, I do want to say I want to do the 2 guys on a couch like type playthrough of like Donkey Kong 64. I know it would pull 0 viewers. I know it would be so unentertaining for most people. But I love that format. I love it. I think there's something to be said about the 2 guys on a couch 10-minute fucking next time on Game Grumps a whole model. I think it's fun. Machinima Core. How do you guys feel about what happened with Rooster Teeth? Yeah, super best friends. Like that sort of era. Rooster Teeth is whack. Not surprising. Yeah, I wasn't really surprised either. What happened? Like half of their employees came out, of like their ex-employees came out saying, "Hey, We had to deal with some tough shit. There was wage theft going on. There was us just flat out not getting paid for our work. Really bad sexual fucking harassment in the office. It was really fucked. Just a horrible work culture. Yeah, a company turned into a villain. And like their apology was like, well, we started off in our company back before wokeism was a thing. And it's like, oh, fuck you, man. Lots of slurs getting tossed around the office. It was a gamer office, and it was until like 2020. And now it's just very soulless. If there was just people writing slurs on the walls, lame all around. Lame. Unsurprising though, considering Rooster Teeth stopped being funny after like 2008. After Red vs. Blue Season 1. And I kinda liked some of the Halo Reach stuff, like that era. But like Halo 3 is where they teetered off. And now it's fucking, it's goofy as shit. It's fucking horrible. They're still going with Red versus Blue. And it's just, it takes itself so seriously. I hate when, like, comedy formatted shit, things like a cartoon, things like, you know, your Saturday mornings, your goofs, your gags, your jokes. I hate when those suddenly turn into head up its own ass, really important, serialized, you need to pay attention to what the fuck is going on, story, an epic quest. This is the whole reason I can't watch Adventure Time. Because I know that, like, the first, like, couple episodes are probably going to be really fun and I'm going to really like it. And then it's going to stick its head up its own ass. And then it's going to keep it there and just keep, like, pushing its head further up in its own ass until it becomes an Ouroboros. Is Barbara Dunkelman still? That's not a real name. That's not a person. That's not a person. There's no one named Barbara Dunkelman. You randomly generated that name. It's a randomly generated name for a randomly generated person. There's no one named Barbara Dunkelman. This person does not exist. This house has people in it. Yeah, I fucking hate that shit. I hate, like, Adventure Time did it. There's a couple other, every, like, comedy. Rick and Morty is the best example, I would say, where it goes from, okay, it's kind of funny, to I don't want to watch this, guys. This is lame. She's a real person. She was massive on their podcast. Podcasts aren't real either. Podcasts absolutely aren't real. I don't think I've ever listened to a podcast. I mean, like, I guess I have by technicality, because I've watched, like, the Mega 64 ones, but they do those live, and, you know, that's kind of got a whole thing around it. It's got an essence to it. I haven't listened to, like, three guys talking into Shure SM7Bs about how they think psychedelics are, like, really cool. That I've never listened to one of those. All right, let's bop on some AVGN while I order this food. I'm excited. Oh, I'm excited. Hey, take the what test? What are you talking about? Mega 64 still going strong? Yeah, they are. They're still fucking funny as shit. Rocco is one of my comedy heroes. Oh, Elgato, no signal. Oh god. Now we gotta do this song and dance. Video control panel. Display settings. Oh god. Rocco Bot of Mega 64. Nope, still says no signal. Love to see it. Yeah, not Rocco's Modern Life. Let me just keep playing music while I set up the. Oh, it started working when I did that. Okay. We are on season 2, episode whatever. This is Nintendo Power, ladies and gentlemen. Some great. I would love to do like a Rocco Bot watch together, because he's got a whole like joke lore thing going on where he's got characters that have like several hours long of content that lets you really appreciate the humor. It's great. Unboxing ring, amazing, legendary art.
Get the power, Nintendo power. Get the clues that you can use, Nintendo
Oh
power.
shit!
Higher and higher, fighting your way through enemy fire.
Or this is a fucking banger. Oh my god. Where do you think this piece of artwork is today? Because I want it. I want it on my wall. I want it on my wall so bad. I would pay so much money to have this image framed on my wall. That'd be a power. You see that in like a beautiful shadow box? Holy fuck. You'd look like a straight up god.
It's time to chill out. Nah, don't worry. I'm not going mellow on you or anything like that. And next time it's going to be a game review again.
What's
But
that
for
supposed
now,
to mean?
I just want to take you back to one of the most important parts of my childhood, Nintendo Power. You know, today there's internet. Anything you want to know about any game, you just look it up. But back then, your only source of information was magazines like Nintendo Power.
That's the
If
only
you had a
source of information.
subscription, you were the man.
You couldn't get information from anywhere else. If you wanted any information, you wanted to know what day it was, you had to go to a magazine.
One of your friends will be breaking their balls to beat some game, and you'll be like, oh, I know how to beat that game, or I know a code. That's because you had the power. Nintendo Power, motherfucker! When it landed in my mailbox, issue 1 was the most mind-blowing thing I've ever seen. Just
That
opening
art
up
is
a
so
page
pretty.
to a map of Metroid, it was so helpful. That game made you feel like a rat in a maze. Then there was the Super Mario Bros. Unlimited 1-up trick, the famous Contra code that gets you 30 extra lives.
This is
and
all
how
in
to skip
issue
to Zelda's
1?
Second quest. All in this groundbreaking issue, from front cover to back. It is
Issue
absolute
1 just hits
classic.
you with all that?
One thing that used to piss me off was the NES Achievers section. It's just a bunch of nerds showing off their high scores. But how do you prove it? You gotta take a photo of your screen. And nobody really knew how to do that. I mean, remember, there were no digital cameras back then. So you take the picture of your screen, you have no fucking clue what it looks like, and there could be like 20 other pictures on the roll, so you either have to like waste them all or wait till it gets finished. You get your mom or dad to take it to the store to get the picture developed. It comes back, and what does it look like? It looks like fucking
Good shot!
shit. So
Where did he get this photo?
picture developed.
Where did he get this photo? Because the fact that he is going so in depth into how hard this sucked means that this is his photo. That he wanted to share his fucking high score and that he took this. That has to be the case, right? There's no way. There's no way because not a single other human being on the planet would keep this photo.
Looks like fucking shit. So Nintendo Power printed some guidelines basically saying, look, dumb shit.
Thank you for the 6 months too, Jiggy.
And if my game said cheese, I think I'd shit my pants. And if I was
Cheese.
wearing that, I'd have problems.
Oh my god. Look at his fucking hands!
Shit my pants. And if I
Look at his hand! Holy shit, give me a second. Oh god. Look at his hand. Ah. It's fucked up.
If I was wearing that, I'd have problems. Nothing brings back memories like breezing through an issue of Nintendo Power. Remember when the Nintendo 64 was the Nintendo Ultra 64?
Whoa!
Remember when the piece of shit Virtual Boy was called the VR32? Remember the NES Satellite or the SNES Catapult? Remember Star Fox 2, the game that never saw the light of day? Remember reading about the new shows coming out like Captain N and the Super Mario Brothers Super Show?
The Super Mario Brothers Super... I love the Super Mario Brothers Super Show. I'm just gonna say that right now.
And that fucking dumbass Super Mario Brothers movie? Man, I remember reading about that and being so excited. I couldn't wait to see that movie. But it was just like waiting for a buffalo to take a shit all over your face. Another thing powerful about this magazine was the power to know what games were coming out. But only if we could read between the lines, we would know how shitty they'd be. This one says, in-depth playing tips on the horrifying sequel to Castlevania.
Horrifying.
This one says Back to the Future has that distinctive LJN style.
Has that distinctive LJN style. That's what I'm gonna. I want that on my tombstone. You know what's bullshit, dude. I haven't watched an episode of You Know What's Bullshit in so long.
They knew it was bad. Another classic section was the top 30, in which they list the most popular Nintendo games. I don't know what Ninja Turtles was doing at number 1 for so damn long. But anyway, it was only NES for a while, but then they started doing the top SNES and Game Boy games. They even had a top 5 for Virtual Boy. That's just hilarious, because that's almost the whole library of games for that fucking piece of shit. The covers were always exciting to look forward to. This one gave
some
kids
bangers,
nightmares, and parents complained. I thought it was awesome. And I never noticed that face in the background till today. This one's cool because it's an owl, and owls are cool. But this one really sucks. Why is it all gray? I mean, what the fuck kind of cover is this? Oh, well, what the fuck? The illustrations were awesome too. Even if I didn't have the game, it was fun just looking at the pictures. Here's a page on Clash at Demon Head. Just a nice page, everything's fine. But then there's something that bothered me. What's this? He's
80s,
flipping the
90s
bird.
Japanese
He's giving the finger. And I'm not making this up.
It's
This
so
one's
ugly.
kind of intimidating. I mean, what's Dracula's problem?
It's like Jim
Speaking
Carrey.
of illustrations, there were also the comics. Howard and Nestor were classic. Usually it would relate to a new game that was coming out, like this one's about Castlevania 2. It even makes mention of that weird tornado thing. There's also a Tetris comic, Battletoads, Zelda,
What the
Mario,
fuck?
Star Fox,
Nintendo Power was loaded.
Rise of the Empire, and Killer Instinct.
What the fuck?
The ads were kind of weird. This kid better be careful not to get those games.
Whoa!
Actually, those games suck.
This pic goes hard. Feel free to screenshot. Whoa! This is a fucking killer image. This is fan-fucking-tastic. He's surfing on a surfboard and he's covered in games.
Careful not to get those games wet. Actually, those games suck.
Unlimited games.
Yes, throw them to the sharks. Wow, there you go. Huddle around the phone. Charge your parents' phone bill up the ass. Unmask the power animal in you. Uh-oh, here we go. And radicalize your game with the subscription.
Radicalize? What are you gonna make it like a right-wing neo-Nazi? You're gonna radicalize your game subscription?
Power. Holy shit, will it make you grow claws like that? You know it's gotta be awesome when you're flying a Jeep through space going apeshit with Nintendo controllers. This one's so weird, somebody actually wrote a letter asking, did you really freeze a Super Nintendo? I'd love to know. The answer, Jay, the wonders of special effects and photographic tricks. The answer that you're looking for is no. The block of ice is actually just a plastic shell.
It's bullshit.
Way cool though, huh? As Nintendo Power progressed, the ads went from being weird to just being fucking disgusting. Why the hell is there a picture of a jar of toenail clippings in a video game magazine? What were they thinking? Now here's the worst one yet. It's some old creepy bitch holding a log of shit. God damn. One ad was so gross, I stapled the page shut. I'm actually not joking. Then this one just shows a hurl bag. Yeah, that's great.
What was it?
That just sums up how I feel about the whole situation. Nintendo Power. Don't open unless you got a barf bag.
Take a shot every single time he says, what were they thinking? No way, dude.
Walls, but each one represents frustration. Getting these things out
I get blackout after like 3. Okay?
Is just a real shit sucker. Ah, fuck!
I haven't ordered food yet. God damn it. Stop getting distracted by the mesmerizing acts of AVGN. Oh.
Piece of shit. Besides the posters, there's a lot of stupid shit like this Donkey Kong Iron.
Those actual copies of Nintendo Power.
This weird scratch and sniff Earthbound thing. Oh, it stinks! Then there was also these cards in the back. I mean, what's the point?
We haven't gotten to
Star
NES
Fox
peripherals yet.
Fucking pissed. Speaking of Star Fox, there was also this fighter jet paper cutout model. Then there are those magic eye pictures. You're supposed to stare at this thing and see Mario or something.
Peep the horror.
I don't see shit. There's also a contest in every issue. Grand prizes would include a sneak showing of the Ninja Turtles movie, a chance to meet Arnold Schwarzenegger, to win Bill and Ted's phone booth, to win a Street Fighter 2 arcade.
Whenever I see like sweepstakes and shit like that, I always want to know who was the person who won. Who is the motherfucker that won Bill and Ted's phone booth? Who's the one that won the fucking... Because there's a definitive answer to that question. That person is out there. I know fucking... I remember reading like a Tumblr post or whatever. And it was like, what's your childhood achievement? And they said, I was the person who won like the Sweet Life of Zach, or the Sweet Life on Deck, Zach and Cody Seaside Cruise Adventure sweepstakes. Oh, I was the one who won Cheesiest Kid of America. You know, the Kraft Mac and Cheese sweepstakes. I won that. We know Chris Chan won that like $4,000 GameStop shopping spree. And that's a good reason why he's so fucked. I had to explain who Chris Chan was to a person. And I didn't know how to start. I don't know how to start. Where do you start with that? What do you say? Somebody asks you, "Oh wait, who's Chris Chan?" Where do you start?
Machine to dig up dinosaurs, or to be
it's not fucking possible.
Mask 2.
Be an extra in The Mask 2? I need to know. I need to know who is the extra in The Mask 2.
The Mask 2? Oh, that's a great prize.
Son of the
That
Mask.
movie never got fucking made, unless you count Son of Mask, but that wasn't until about 10 years later. And did they give the winner a rain check for that? To be in a movie with a computer-generated baby, or any of the other sequels to Jim Carrey movies that don't have Jim Carrey? Then there's this prize.
Banger.
It's just plain weird. Have you ever dreamed yourself in a tropical paradise, surrounded by sea and sand, a volcano rising at your back? Well, not if it's erupting like in the picture.
Yeah,
it's
that's
tropical, dude. There's the sun. I don't really see
sun,
the sun.
trees,
fun. Oh, that's
fun,
where the fun is, right
surf,
there.
sand.
Okay. You're right there. Okay. Sand. Well, that is definitely sand. And
What
trees?
the fuck is this ad?
Yep. There are trees all over the place. There's also a contest to design enemies for future Mega Man games. Some of the entries would include Balloon Man, Sun Man, Yo-Yo Man, Spring Man, Magic Man, Clock Man, Whip Man, Spook
These are all
Man,
great.
Clown Man.
These all look real.
The only two female characters were Mega Woman and Mega Girl. Then there's Weasel Letta and Terror Teddy?
No, that goes hard. But I want this on a t-shirt so fucking bad. I want this on my chest. I want this tattooed. Fucking goes across my whole back. I want this image. So bad. It's so good. It's so good. This is the composition, the colors, the shades, the whole look. Look at, she's wearing cleats. She's got like an angry tomato on her shirt. This is a great calf tattoo. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Weaseletta and Terror Teddy.
Great, but as it went on, they made some dumb decisions. It was really nice when the spines were all numbered, so I can easily organize all the issues. But then, what the fuck? That's so inconvenient. I mean, some of them didn't even have the number on the front cover. You had to open it to find out. Then they came back to their senses and brought the spines back with a picture of Mario.
Hi, Mario.
Way to go above and beyond. So, let's read some letters. Here somebody asks, do your Nintendo tapes only last 5 years? Does it matter if you set them on chairs or if you put the controllers on the floor?
Tapes.
Huh. Here's somebody sending a recipe for Mike Tyson's punch. Oh, that's funny. Oh, and oh my god, here we go. We got a Zelda rap. It's a Legend of Zelda and it's really bad. The creatures in the game are really rad. This sounds familiar. Alright, now we got some Mario jokes. Why did Mario cross the road? Because he couldn't find a warp zone. What kind of fish would dare to attack Mario? A barracuda. How does Mario know what will happen in the future? He uses a Luigi board. Oh, God. Alright, now we got some Zelda jokes.
Oh, no.
How did Link win the basketball game for his team? He used his hook shot. What did Zelda tell Link when he couldn't unlock the door? Triforce. What did Link say to Ganon when he captured Zelda? Leave her alone. Okay, here's a really weird one. If Mario Paint has 41,664 dots available, judging from page 112 of the Mario Paint Player's Guide, and 15 different colors to choose from, then did you know that there are a total of 978857121979410 different possible images to create on a single page? That's a lot, eh? Just thought I'd tell you. Thanks, Ian. That's certainly some useful information. Now we got some
fucking bitch.
The game I purchased that was completely different than I expected was Rambo for the NES. I saw him firing a machine gun on the package and it looked really cool, so I bought it. When I got home, I started to play the game. It was boring. All you do is walk around and fight with a knife. The only enemies I met were spiders, gorillas, bugs, etc. Tell me about it. We'll get to that one sometime. Ooh, here we go. I once bought a game from a friend called Fester's Quest.
Ooh, banger alert!
After reading about it, Nintendo Power, but even with the magazine at my side, it took me 2.5 hours to make it to the first boss, and another 2 to make it to the second. You want to know about Fester's Quest? Next time. Oh, here's a good one.
Is Fester's Quest the next episode?
Nice names, guys. Mario 64, Super Mario Kart 64, Pilot Wings 64,
nice
Wave
names,
64,
guys.
Killer Instinct 64, and the list goes on. Yeesh. I'm not really mad, but I think you guys could at least put some effort into the names of the games. He totally has a good point, but here's the response. So you're saying you wouldn't be in favor of our plan to rename the magazine Nintendo Power 64? Wow, what an asshole.
Get
it is
fucked,
quite apparent
kid.
what an active and important
Get
role
fucked.
marketing plays in the video game industry. I have to wonder what you are thinking when marketing the Nintendo 64.
You hit him with what were you thinking?
To elementary school gamers, you risk alienating gamers 15 and up. You should target older gamers because you'll also target younger ones, since the audience perception of coolness often depends on what the older teenage audience thinks is cool. I agree.
Austin is...
Response? Your suggestion inspired us to target more teens with our marketing. So tune in to a very special episode of Friends this week to see... Okay, here's my letter. Dear Nintendo Power Editor, what the fuck is your problem?
Oh!
Nintendo Power.
Every single one of these images goes insanely hard.
Nintendo Power. Higher and higher. Fighting your way through enemy fire.
Holy fuck. I want I want like a windbreaker that is just like all over prints of just images from Nintendo Power, of like photos that people sent in. Here's this fucked up Game Boy, the costumes, ads, art. I want just all over print of that.
Da 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 dum, 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 da 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 dum.
Were you expecting maybe the Ninja Turtles?
Well, we're gonna play some Fester's Quest, and this is gonna get ugly. So there's
Fester's
Uncle
Quest,
fucking
baby.
Fester.
Wait,
minding
Soda
his own
grew
business,
up with this
sitting
generation
outside.
of Nintendo?
Then
No, I did not.
aliens come down. And,
Absolutely, I
well,
did
that's
not.
the plot of the game. Fester's got to save the world from aliens. If it happened in Simpsons, why not the Addams Family? Makes as much sense as Tim Allen fighting dinosaurs. Yeah. So anyway,
Banger.
I'm just shooting these purple jellyfish things on the ground. What's the point? They don't hurt you unless you deliberately walk into them. And why is part of my body disappearing? Anyway, they leave behind items, but why couldn't they just have the items lying on the ground rather than having to blast your way through this shit? Sometimes there's a bunch of them like stacked together in one spot.
Okay, I gotta order
It takes
food.
fucking
Fuck.
forever. It makes my fingers tired. It's just another gimmick to make you buy a turbo controller. So I just picked up a better gun. It does a little more damage to the enemies, but it seems to dodge your targets. It just goes back and forth. And if it touches anything, it stops. Now look at this. I just want to shoot this fuckface. God damn. Oh, and these sewer parts, this is where the game really starts to take it in the fucking ass. It basically makes your gun useless. And these green blob things, fuck them to hell. Instead of conveniently dying when you shoot them, they just multiply. Come on, you fucking pieces of shit. What the hell did I do? I got my old gun back? That's nice that it shoots straight, but it's not going to help with killing these things. Switching back to the older gun would actually be a nice feature, but not when you accidentally step on an item that downgrades your weapon. Come on, die. Die, Jesus. They just keep multiplying. Without the dynamite, there's no way to get through these things. I have to keep walking back, and let's not forget one thing.
I gotta
Look at
order
your life
food,
bar.
I can't do
That's
it.
full life. I'm
I
not
can't
kidding.
do it.
Some life
I
bar.
gotta hide my
If you
camera.
get hit twice,
I gotta hide my
you're
camera
dead.
so you guys stop
Come on,
looking
you
at me.
fucking pieces of shit. They're still
me a second.
multiplying. They don't die. They don't die. Die, you fucking frogs. Jeez, can Fester move any slower? Ugh. Yes, he can. If he gets hit by frog spit, that is. Oh, shit. Come on. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus Christ. You fuckers. Might as well continue. What? Continue my ass. This doesn't look like continuing. You got the
Continue
same
my
weapon and
ass.
items, though. Whoopity fucking do. But you start back at the beginning of the game. I can't cross where the hole is, which means I gotta go all the way back through the sewers all over again and deal with those green blobs again.
God damn! This game better stop sucking ass or else I'm gonna have to give it the finger. The middle finger.
Hate these frogs. This gun is useless. It just circles around everything. Look at that. It went completely around that frog and it didn't even hit him. I can't even shoot because the house and trees are in the way. I can't use the gun. I am so fucking dead. So fucking dead. Oh my god, if I could just get past this one guy. Ah, shit! Alright, let's try it again, but with the dynamite. It sucks to have to waste this shit, but it'll have to do. Oh, when are they gonna stop? When are they gonna stop? When are they fucking gonna stop? Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Come on. Alright. Oh shit, what, 2 more? Where'd they come from? What the fuck? What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Jesus. Holy shit. Well, I'm back at the beginning. Again. Oh, why'd you have to do that? I downgraded the gun again.
I think it's a shitload of fuck. I think you better shut your ass.
Jesus Christ. God. Come on. Just want to get down there. Jeez, is there enough fucking frogs? Look, I downgraded the gun again. Alright, I'm gonna go in that house there. If I can fucking make it. Alright, now we're gonna use a key to open the door. Oh, nice. Beautiful. It's one of those half-ass first-person sort of deals. In the 8-bit era, it was kind of cool to see anything that looked three-dimensional, but it's a fucking pile of steaming goat shit.
Oh, God.
There's a door.
Should I
Is
have
it the one I came
epilepsy
in?
warning?
Well, let's see. Oh, it is. But for whatever reason, it takes you to the back. We want to go back in. You're kidding me. I got to use another key? What does the door eat the key or something?
Like
these mazes are such fucking shit. I don't know where I'm going. Couldn't they have made any parts of it look different or decorate the walls? Have something to help identify where you are? Wait, what's the point of this anyway? Are there enemies to fight? No. Is there a time limit? No. Are there any items to get? No, except I've come across one power-up. But really, is there any good reason to have this maze thing? It sucks anus. Then you come up to this crazy alien guy. He's actually not that hard, because there's plenty of room to fight him for one thing, but he sure takes a lot of hits. Well, I beat the game. That's the last guy. It's over.
That's just the first boss.
It's the last guy.
What?
It's not.
I know, but let's just say that it is, because that's all I can take.
It's the Stanley Parable. What a shot. James get a real cigar to do this? Donkey Kong, no!
Well, we might have cleaned our hands of that monstrosity, but there's a ton of other Addams Family related games, and I'm willing to bet that many of them suck just as hard. Here's one I happen to have, which I'm just going to throw in here for a bonus. The Addams Family on the Sega Genesis. So you play as Gomez, just walking around, regular side scroller. Oh shit, it's a ghost! Oh my fucking god. Then there's like monster broccoli, zombies, monkeys in spinning teacups, and a ton of weird, unnameable things. So you're just going around, jumping on things, collecting dollar symbols. Then there's a letter A. I don't really know what it does.
The game's not too hard, but it's easy to die, if that makes any sense. And this is due to two fatal flaws.
One, the control is too sensitive. You just slide all over the place. And the other thing is that you have to be completely accurate to jump on your enemies. Look at this. I jump on both these guys, one of them dies, and the other one kills me. Like in Fester's Quest, at the start of the game, you only have 2 units of life. So if you're like me, you're gonna die, and die, and die, and die.
Alright, let's try harder. No fucking around.
Watch out for the penguins. Alright, we're just gonna... Yep, here we go. Yep, just keep on jumping. I don't even care if I kill him, just want to get through him. Alright, oh, here we go. Oh, I got lucky there, I think. Alright, just keep jumping the but I jumped on him. What, are you kidding me? Man, fuck this game. This game is ass.
Damn.
It's crappy and it's kooky, a stupid piece of poopy. I'd rather eat my dookie, it makes me wanna pee. Sucking some ass, fuck. Sucking some balls, fuck. Sucking some balls, sucking some balls, sucking some ass.
Alright, I ordered food.
Makes me wanna see ya, ass load of diarrhea. It's worse than gonorrhea, I'm gonna take that pee.
God damn it, James. I ordered food, I did it. I got something fairly interesting.
Bunch of shit.
I see. Unfortunately, this is kind of my thing.
Why do I think that bit was funny?
How much is this one right here?
100.
100? As in like $100?
No shit for brains. 100 centavos. Of course, $100. We are living in the US of A, ain't we?
I'll take it for 50.
It's 100.
It's a piece of shit. Look at this. Look at this stock label. I mean, do you know what this is supposed to be? Can you tell me what this is?
I have no idea what that is. I can tell you what it looks like. It looks like the shit stain in the bottom of my drawers right now.
This is a shit stain on a shitty game.
This guy's playing a whole fucking character. He's got some spice to it.
Video game, boy.
I know. Unfortunately, I'm like flies on a piece of shit because I just can't.
This is still what buying retro games is like. Buying retro games is like this. It's a piece of shit, but it still costs $100.
Stay away from this.
You gotta
stuff.
go outside and meet this
Ordinarily,
fucker to
that
do
would
it.
sell for $300. I'll tell you why. Because that is one of the first
like in a
horror movie
musical.
video games ever made. Are you going to buy it, or are you just going to look at it? Okay? Because if you're going to look at it, you can put it right back down on the fucking table.
Oh my
Nah,
god.
that's all right. I'm not doing it.
I'll tell you
man.
what.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, it's still $100.
Yeah. What the fuck, man? You
Yeah,
just
it's
told me that.
$100. And I'll tell you what. Don't walk away slick.
Oh, okay. What?
You give me $150.
50? What are you talking
Let
about?
me finish the deal here. Keep your drawers on there, shorty. I will throw in this one for free.
free?
No.
F-R-E.
You'll throw it in for
Free.
$50.
$50.
Uh-huh.
Right. All right, Texas Chainsaw Massacre on the Atari 2600. Let's pop this shit fucker in and give it a go.
What was it? What was it?
Now, I gotta admit, there's really not much to say.
fuck.
You control Leatherface, the chainsaw murdering psychopath, and
You know, Texas Chainsaw Massacre is loosely based on a true story. And,
you just go around killing people. That's right, you're the bad guy. Now, I think I understand why this game was so offensive. Sure, the graphics don't look too violent, but just the idea. The goal of the game is to murder innocent girls.
yeah, that's bad.
Damn, and look
That's
at that.
bad,
You get
guys.
1,000 points. every
1,000
time you
points?
slice
It's
the
like
living
Death Race
flesh off
2000.
someone. That's it. Go Leatherface, cut them bitches up. Get her, get her. Yeah.
Flappy Bird for 4chan. Oh my god. Carlos, thank you for the 6 months.
Now,
Banger.
compared to something like Grand Theft Auto, this doesn't look
This is
like
just
much.
Dead by Daylight.
Except here, the only goal is to slaughter people, whereas in Grand Theft Auto, there's other objectives.
I know.
Now, as far as Atari goes, there's not much point of complaining about the graphics, but
God, the
could they have at least
sound.
made his chainsaw a different color than his body? It just blends in. It's like his arms are like tangled together, or he has like a big jagged
going-
dick coming out of his chest. Like,
Tickling
what the
him.
hell, man? The dead girls
He's
are
hitting
another
him with
thing
the
that
fucking tickles.
confuses me. What is this? I see 2 puddles of blood, but what's happened to her body? I mean, I know it's all cut up, but looking at it, it just doesn't make any sense. Is she upside down? It really takes a lot of imagination to see this as anything other than a colored mess of pixels. Another thing really screwed up is that the vehicle is
But he
almost as
sees-
big as the house, and the trees
James
are
Rolfe is a
huge.
fucking psychopath.
Trunks
He's still
alone are
playing
half
it.
as wide as the house, and they're further back. which
He's just
means that they're
staring at
probably
the game,
bigger
just
than that.
cutting
Scale and
women down.
perspective in this game is
And
all
just complaining
fucked up.
about it. But
Then there's
he hasn't
hay
looked
and
away from the
wheelchairs
screen.
and animal skulls. What happened in this field before
He can't look away. He can't look away.
got there? Was there somebody going around in a wheelchair gunning down bulls? The sound effects just suck my ass. It's Atari, so you can't expect much, but all you hear is just the farting of the chainsaw and this high-pitched beep. I mean, I've been wondering, what the fuck is this beeping sound for?
Yeah, what is that?
But according
It's supposed
to
to be
rumor,
like the-
it's supposed to be the girl screaming. Now,
Oh.
I say rumor because that's really a stretch. Now, what
I
the
thought
hell?
it's just
I'm stuck.
it sounds like
Damn
it's
it.
fucking with
so
me, dude.
while you're running around, you gotta dodge every object you see, because if you touch anything, and I mean if you touch anything, if just the edge of your body makes contact with one foreign pixel, you're stuck. I mean, look, I'm just gonna try to go by this thing, and look, I can't fucking move. This doesn't even make any sense. What kind of asshole would be immobilized by some random object just lying on the ground?
This is
What a
Dead by
shitload of
Daylight.
Fuck. Sometimes you're chasing a girl and she keeps disappearing and reappearing behind you. So they have
Whoa,
some kind of
this is Dead by
teleportation
Daylight.
skill. That would be a good thing to have if a psycho killer's chasing after you. Unfortunately, doesn't look like they can teleport far.
It's played the exact
The
same
worst
way.
thing about this is that the more you use your chainsaw,
This
the
is
more
way
you
better
use up
than
your
DVD.
fuel. That's
This
right.
is way
the fucking
better.
thing runs on gas. When you run out of fuel, you're dead. So when the game's over, the screen goes black like a Mortal Kombat fatality, and the girl kicks you in the butt. How violent. She kicks you in the rear.
She
now, I can
kicked
take
you
bodies
in the
getting
butt.
slashed apart with the chainsaw, but a kick in the ass, that's fucking hardcore.
That's excessive, man.
Fuck this game. What a piece of shit.
It's a NN, more like a AVGN. I'm your most far out fan, man.
Yeah, cool.
Whoa, man. So is this where you do all your videos?
Yeah.
Whoa, would you be able to
who's
give
this
me a
fucking
tour
character?
or something?
Yeah, okay, well, here's Here's the games.
He's showing up in his house.
Games. And here, you know.
Isn't that what happened to that TikTok girl?
And that's it. So the tour's over. You can.
When he went crazy insano.
Whoa, that's far out.
Who's the one I'm thinking of?
Oh yeah, your next game review is gonna be E.T., right?
No.
Yeah, this guy's a narc.
No? Well, what are you gonna do next, huh?
I don't know.
Are you actually gonna do a Nintendo 64 game?
Eventually.
Hey man, do you remember in your chronologically confused video, you like totally mentioned that part of that, like John Rambo? Well, you know they're actually making a new Rambo movie, but it's called John Rambo, man.
I was
Yeah,
aware of that.
You were totally right on the ball, right on the money, right on my ball. Hey man, I got a friend named Lester, and he like really wants to be in like one of your videos, man.
Oh, okay.
Would you like when you do the ET review, like could you just like totally like put his like name in the review, like in the middle of it when you're like talking about ET, could you like what kind of editing software do you use? Because you know I actually would like to become an angry nerd reviewer just like you. I was thinking, like, what would be easier is if I just, like, got a knife, cut you open, and, like, got inside of you, and actually became you.
Oh, it's...
Get that nerd, Leather! Get that nerd!
They're a team?! Why are they a team? He dresses like he's done good drugs, but he's obviously done bad ones.
You gotta believe me. There's this guy coming.
Whoa, settle down there.
I'm really not kidding. There really is somebody
Hold on
after
there,
me.
little buddy.
It's a reference to the original. I've never seen it.
Be calm, be collected. Hey, what's that over there?
Oh my God!
Better up, bitch boy.
Oh, that's dark.
Them motherfuckers. Don't tell me what I should
This is...
do. 'Cause they be motherfuckers.
That right there was kind of fucking scary. That was actually like, well, like for what it is. This from here on is actually pretty scary. It's just well composed.
Them motherfuckers. Don't tell me what I should.
It's like a John Waters film.
'Cause they be
It's if John Waters did a slasher.
Oh, poor baby. Look, he's waking up. He's waking up.
You motherfuckers!
Video is this?
What the
This
fuck
is
you doing?
Texas
Come
Chainsaw
on, man,
Massacre.
This is fucking bullshit.
You aren't gonna be one fucked up.
Get me out of here, man.
You,
Come
man.
on.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck?
Shut the fuck up.
Oh,
I
God.
guarantee you it's gonna be better tasting that chicken than what's in store for you next.
There you go, bitch. How'd you like to play Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Here we go.
I don't like this.
Here's the controller. Here's the button. You know how the fucking button works?
No. I don't want
You
this
push
shit.
it with your finger like that.
I don't want
That plays
this
it, and you
The
can play
Resident
the
Evil
game.
4 Edition chainsaw controller?
Fucking eyeballs out.
What are you talking
I
about?
don't want the fucking game.
Play the game. Play the game. Play the game.
I don't want the fucking game, man.
If I was high, this would actually be really
Nerd
tense.
Boy, how's that game going for you?
Game's a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah.
You had fun playing Texas Chainsaw Massacre for Atari 2600.
Well, if he don't like playing video games, why the fuck is he playing video games?
How do you like that?
It's like a Tim Burton film.
He's playing that game like he really don't like it. Ain't that a shame? Listen to him whisper like a little girl. Yeah, boy. Oh, shit.
Get him, Larry. He's getting out.
Come on, Leatherface, go get him.
Get him, Larry. Go get him.
I adore this. James went to actual film school. Did he? I'd believe it. That's a good bit. Don't just walk, man. James, you've seen horror movies. All right, well, we gotta see what the reveal is. What's the reveal? Ah!
Well, it's Halloween, and I gotta go babysit. Yeah, of all things, I gotta go watch some little shitheads for the night.
Oh,
but
no.
for the meantime, I'll show you a perfect example
no.
of a great movie turned into a real shit bomb. The
Oh,
first
no.
thing that bothers me is the actual manual. Halloween, Halloween. Just in case we
Halloween.
didn't see it the first time. Then it says, a homicidal maniac has escaped from a mental institution. You mean Michael Myers? You control the babysitter character.
Hey, yeah, that's
You
fine.
mean Laurie Strode? Guess they had some sort of copyright problem. Now, Exhibit B. What is this? Is this a bootleg?
Probably just
You'd
because you
think,
couldn't
right?
use-
But no, this is the real game. They actually sold this. Now, not
really?
every cartridge of
That's cool as fuck. That's cool as fuck. I don't know about you, but James, that goes hard.
Halloween was like this, but as Wizard Video Games was liquidating their inventory, they started doing this to minimize costs. Have you
It
ever
goes
heard of
hard.
a video game company that was cheap enough to just use a marker and write the name of the game on it? At least
Hey,
it's
they went,
orange. To
yeah,
kinda keep
they
with
went through the
Halloween
effort to
theme.
do it in
Pop
orange,
this fucker
and it's
in,
like
you
really legible, and like this goes hard.
At least
This thing goes fucking hard.
it's orange to kinda
Banger!
keep with the Halloween theme. You pop this fucker in, you start it up, and there you go. That's Halloween.
Yeah, it goes
on
way
Atari
harder now.
2600. You play as the babysitter, which we already established. We assume it's Laurie Strode. That's Jamie Lee Curtis from the movie. But whatever. All we know is that you're trying to get away from Michael Myers and save
Gonna
all
go.
these kids that you're babysitting. Coming off of the Texas
Sounds
Chainsaw
just like John
Massacre game,
Carpenter, dude.
You might be pretty disappointed that you don't play as the killer this time, and that only makes the game even more boring. As far as the graphics go, it's pretty fair for 1983, but what kind of house is this where you're babysitting? There's no furniture whatsoever. The carpet is puke green and shit brown. The walls go from blue to hot pink, purple, green, and peach. Who the fuck decorated this place?
I
Some retarded
did.
Atari rejects?
Oh,
So, the idea of the game is that you're running around through this house,
I guess.
babysitting an infinite number of
Christ.
kids, and every now and then Michael Myers
Never
comes
mind.
out jabbing his knife in a sort of robotic kind of way.
Just to watch these
Like
while
in
I
the
fall
movies,
asleep and these
he's
noises
real
are
slow,
burned into you.
So if you use
Ooh.
any common sense, you're not going to get killed. But you can also kill the kids.
ASMR,
If he
binaural
kills you,
beats.
you lose a life, indicated by the jack-o'-lanterns on top of the screen. And if he kills the kids, nothing really
Binaural beats to make you play shitty games that suck ass.
seems to happen, but the goal is to get the kids and lead them to
Gives
either
you the
corner of this
authentic
house,
diarrhea
whether
dump
it's the
in your
far left
ear
or the far right.
experience.
Now, I don't know how the hell these rooms are supposed to be safe. It's not like you lock them in. There isn't even a door, so I guess Michael Myers just doesn't like to go in those last rooms. And each time you deliver a kid, you get 675 points. Why that number?
Why?
I don't know. Now,
Why-
I didn't really
why?
count, but there's something like 8 rooms. And you can also go on the top floor, but apparently this floor has really bad electrical problems because it keeps going dark, which is really fucking annoying. Hate this shit.
What the fuck? It's
You know,
like,
all these colored rooms kind of remind me of the Poe story, Mask of the Red Death. But anyway, you're just grabbing...
James? One,
Hate this shit.
check out this chroma key.
You know, all these colored rooms kind of remind me of the Poe story, Mask of the Red Death.
What an interesting creative choice. This all of these like 6 seconds.
But anyway, you're just grabbing kids,
Banger.
bringing them to the rooms, and you can find this black sword or something. I don't know. Maybe it's like a nightstick or a billy club. I'd suggest that it's a knife, but it's almost as big as your body. So your guess is as good as mine. It could be a big black dildo for all I care. So anyway, You grab this thing, which magically turns into a tiny green thing. Why the hell does it completely change in shape?
Holy shit, he's learned how to edit, and that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. Like
into a tiny green thing. Why the hell does
he
it
swoops
completely
right
change
in
shape and color when you're
he got new software.
But
and then the
moving
faded.
on, Michael Myers shows up and attack him with it, or just hold it out and he'll walk in on his own. Then he runs away, and I'm just chasing him because I feel like it. You know, I just
no
realized
more regular
she's actually
cuts from
taller
now
than
on.
him. And if you count that red blob of a skirt, she's wider too. That's a real threatening killer. So, of course, I gotta mention the Halloween music that plays every time when Michael Myers is on the screen. It's cool to hear it the first time in all its Atari glory, but can it fucking stop? After a while, it's like piercing your brain. So, that's about it. All I got left to show you is what happens when you die. It's fucking hilarious. Your head disappears and you run around spurting pixelated blood out your neck. What you're looking at might be the first head decapitation ever in a video game. It's by far the most amusing part of the game, and after only a few minutes, you'll find yourself doing this deliberately. Come on, kill the kid, kill the kid. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Get him. There you go. All right, now get me. Get me. All right, now, that's enough. You know, it's all coming back to me now. I remember once long ago, I had this game in my possession.
Yeah?
I just remember seeing this blank cartridge for a pale, emotionless game with the dullest graphics, the most awful gameplay. I spent 8 years trying to figure it out, and another 7 trying to keep it locked in my closet because I realized what was living behind that game was simply evil.
Why are they inside your house?
Trick or treat? Okay, here's some trick or treat for you. There you go, you little fuckers. There's some chocolate for you.
That's not chocolate, that's poop.
It's not chocolate, nor is it poop. It's shit.
Getting to do that. Oh my god.
There you go, you little fuckers. There's some chocolate for you.
That's not chocolate, that's poop.
It's not chocolate, nor is it poop. It's shit.
I want some candy. I want some candy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, take off your glasses. You'll be blind.
Hey, wait, I got something for you too. A shitty game.
What the heck is this?
It's an Atari game.
The heck is an Atari, you dope?
Oh
my god.
Oh, you don't know what Atari is?
Christ,
oh, okay,
kid.
hang on a second.
First you pull my back, and now you don't give me any candy. You're a dope.
There you go. Have fun.
Hey, you dope. I want some candy.
Well, now that I got that
He
piece
could
of
have
shit
filmed
off
that
my
in like the
hands,
front of his
how
house,
about
right?
we check out a couple more? I mean, I got a little extra time before I got to go babysit. And after all, it is Halloween, so how about a bonus? Boo! Haunted house! Well, it's pretty scary. Yeah, what the fuck is this shit? I'm a pair of eyes going around. Oh god! Boom! Well,
His lighting
anyway, I'm
skills weren't
guessing
there.
that you're
Good
not really a
point.
pair
Good
of eyes,
point.
but
I don't
it's
think he
just
had a
common
light.
fact that in the dark, the only thing you can see are someone's eyes. Wait a minute, it's me. Are someone's eyes.
This is fucking terrifying. This is what like modern fucking like scare memes look like. They look like this. Dude, the nerd was ahead of his time. Hardcore. Oh shit, my food's almost here. I have fun with Haunted House.
Wait a minute.
I'll be right back.
It's Meatwad. Yeah, it's fucking Meatwad.
Oh shit, that's
Now, I
Meatwad!
believe you're supposed to be lighting a match here, but this aura of light that surrounds you makes me imagine it as some sort of body attached to these eyeballs. Now, while this match doesn't help to see the rest of your body, whatever it's really supposed to look like, it actually helps you find items, and the goal is to collect pieces of an urn. Ooh, so now it's the Twilight Zone. Well, you go around watching out for ghosts, bats, and spiders. It couldn't possibly be any more cliche. Ooh, blown up by the ghost. As the levels progress, you can't see the walls. The game's gotten even darker, that's right. It's gotten darker than dark. The graphics were pretty boring beforehand, but now there's hardly a damn thing on the screen but black. Gee, this is fun. Well, we might have time for one more. Let's see. How about Frankenstein's monster? It's alive! It's alive! How about its ass? Its ass! Actually, it's pretty stunning. I mean, as far as graphics go, there's a lot going on. The platforms sort of have a gradient shadow effect, and it's just got a really busy environment for an Atari game, and especially after looking at Haunted House. Well, that's the Frankenstein monster. Why is he white? Well, with every bolt of lightning, he becomes more and more green, and when he's all green, he comes alive. Whether he comes alive or you die, that's when the game ends. Now, your only enemies seem to be this little blue ghost and spiders. Now, I'm fine with that, I guess. Don't really expect much, but who the hell are you supposed to be? Just this regular guy in a baseball cap? Well, anyway, nothing in this game seems to kill you except for the water. You fall in the water, you die. You get touched by anything else, it just freezes you for a second. So the goal is to keep collecting these blocks to build a wall and trap the monster. So you get the block, then you go back up where you started, and then, oh fuck! What the shit is this? Look at all these goddamn bats! What the hell's going on? Never have I had to dodge such a relentless onslaught of vampire bats. Have mercy. So then you just keep going back and forth, getting that block over and over again. Now, one thing that kind of bothers me is this area up to the left. You can't even go there. You can't pass through this green shit, and you might think you can exit one side of the screen and come out the other, like in many games, but no, that doesn't happen here. So this spot, as far as I know, is just a waste. But the worst thing is the jump precision. Here we go, jump. Alright, now jump. Ah, fuck! Oh God! Well, now that's my cue to get the fuck out of here and go babysit. All right, you little bastards. Oh, no, no.
Look, it's the Poopy Man.
No, the Poopy Man's more like the Boogeyman. And he's gonna get you if you don't turn off this game.
Play the game.
No, I played the game enough tonight.
Play the game. Play the game. Play the game.
All right, I'll play the game.
You suck, and you smell like poo. You stink, Shut up. You suck, you suck. You stink, you stink, you stink, you smell.
Shut up! Stop. It's okay, it's okay. You got a basement?
Yeah.
A circuit breaker?
Yeah.
Okay, all right then.
Who's easier?
Oh, God. He's been placated.
One shot's done. One shot fall. Was that the poopy man?
Yeah, I think it was. Hey, call the police. Tell the sheriff he's on the loose.
Is this some kind of a joke? I've been trick-or-treated like shit tonight.
You don't know what shit is.
Once again, let's go back to 1983. You walk into a video arcade. What do you see? Games that look like this, or this, or
1983.
this. Yeah, it sure got everybody's attention, and it really stuck out amongst all the other games.
Yes,
This
I
was
am going to
Dragon's
show you the
Lair,
food I
The
got.
adventures of Dirk the Daring, who has to rescue a princess from a dragon.
Dude,
It was more like
Don
an
Bluth
interactive movie
animation.
than a video game.
God. Holy fuck. Don Bluth? I think Don Bluth fucked my brain, you know? Like, that guy was fucked. All those non-Disney animators, those guys were all fucked. Just look at Ralph Bakshi. Rankin Bass, they're all fucked. The maniacs, they're monsters. How long is this video? It's 3.5 hours long. This is all of AVGN Season 2, baby. You asked the question, how did you get into retro video games? I'm not into retro video games with the exception of this. Because I think anything pre-SNES I can't really get any enjoyment out of. So these are like Korean barbecue fries, which I thought looked really good. And I'm going to smoke some weed and I'm going to eat those. And then, so this is like one of those hippin' and hoppin' spots, like one of those holes in the wall. I got one of their burgers, which I know I'm going to fucking eat. That little bad boy's all tied up. It's like a Korean fusion place. Ooh. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm excited for that. And then I got a chicken sandwich for later. Which I guess I'll show for the sake of demonstration. This bad boy. Ooh, check that out. Ooh, yeah, give that a look-see. Yeah. I am gonna hide my camera while I eat this stuff.
You just watch the cartoon play, and when a certain obstacle would appear, then you press the right button at the right time to see whether you die or you continue playing. Now, the first time playing, there was no way to know what was going to happen, so the only way players would learn was to keep putting quarters in the machine. And once you spent like a truckload of quarters and you knew how to go through the whole game, then you could pretty much beat it every time after that and just show off to everybody.
So, while there wasn't much to the gameplay, it was groundbreaking in the fact that it was one of the first games to use a laserdisc, making the use of motion video and feature animation by Don Bluth, who, prior to Dragon's Lair, was known for his work with Disney on features such as Robin Hood, The Rescuers, and Pete's Dragon. Many games of its kind would follow, some of which were adapted on the home CD consoles, such as Time Gal and Road Adventure, which I mentioned in my Sega CD review. Now, many adaptations of Dragon's Lair would appear on several
Time
game
Gal is
consoles,
cute.
but the one
I'm
that
just
I'm going
saying.
to play is the NES version.
QTE game.
Now, how could you put this into this?
Yeah,
Dragon's
so
Lair
obviously, and
is the first quantum game, a fucking Quantic Dream game.
the NES game is technically incapable of handling this sort of motion video thing. So, what do you know? It's a side-scroller, and after all, that's what games on the 8-bit Nintendo system were best at. So, how could you go wrong? Well, judging from all the requests I got to review this game, I'm going to pop it in and find out.
Alright, my first impression is that the graphics are quite good for the NES and the character animation is well detailed, but the controls are delayed beyond belief. Did I just die by walking into the fucking door? Yeah, everything kills you. Literally, everything. Even
I was
if
about
you
to say,
stop
this looks
to
pretty
jump,
good.
You end up falling through the bridge. Okay, I'm gonna try to kill this bat, and there I go, dead. Here I go. Dead again. If you hit down, you go into a crawling mode. Of course, it's extremely delayed, making it awkward to switch between standing and crawling. Oh, I'm really fucked now. Jump, jump! Well, we already know you can't go through the door, so I'm gonna assume you gotta kill the dragon. But what the asshole? Why can't I duck? I just want to duck down and throw my daggers at the dragon, but no, it doesn't let you duck. Have you ever played a game where the basic controls differ depending on which side of the screen you're standing on? So, I'm gonna try to make my way to the left just so I can attack the dragon. Wow, that was close. Okay, come on, duck. Shit! Alright, here we go. Duck down, kill the dragon. Son of a ass! I'm getting real fucking mad now. Why does the gate stay open the whole time, but once you're within range, it comes down? What a tease. How the hell does the fucking thing kill you anyway? I don't care if it's a door or a medieval gate, or whatever the hell it is. It's certainly not an electrical fence or something. So why is it, like, deadly to the touch? The rules in this game make no sense. What were they thinking? Another problem is that the dragon doesn't come up high enough to be able to hit with your dagger, unless you're squatting, but when you're squatting, the dragon stays below the bridge. It literally reacts to your every move. So, what do? Do you stand? Do you duck? Either way, you're fucked. The decisions to make in this game are similar to if, say you're standing in a pool full of piss, all the way up to your neck. Then somebody comes in with a bucket full of shit to dump on your head. Do you duck down under the piss, or do you just stay up and take on the shit?
This game is like a cruel joke that you play on your friends. It's like, hey, you want to play a game? Here you go, you fuckers.
And, you know, it really doesn't look that hard. But once you actually play it, it's unbelievable. You jump like you're on the goddamn moon. It takes ages to turn around. And the control is so stiff, you'll wonder if your fucking controller's broken. However, I've heard that the PAL version is much smoother. I might have saved myself a few hundred emails by mentioning that. Now, unlike most NES games where B attacks and A jumps, this one's the opposite, which takes some time to get used to. I mean, what's with this backwards-ass bullshit? But you know what's really sad? This is the first screen of the game. I haven't even gotten past the first screen yet. I don't even want to know what the rest of the game is like. Maybe you're just supposed to walk left. Nope. Actually, if that was the case, I think I'd have to break something. Now, you know what else is bullshit? Everything kills you with only one hit. The dragon, the fireball, the door. But the bat just takes away a tiny bit of life from your life bar. Yeah, that's right, you have a life bar. I didn't even notice, but what's the point? Because everything that hits you, it kills you instantly. I can guarantee that the only way you're gonna die from this bat is if you stand absolutely still and just wait. I've clocked it. It takes 1 minute and 13 seconds for this bat to drain your energy. That's 11 hits. Well, why 10 when it can take 11? So, in order to pass this part of the game, you gotta kill the dragon. And it seems that there's only one possible spot where you can hit him. That's from the far left, where you start. But the dragon won't come out until you're halfway across the bridge. So, you gotta make your way to the dragon, then jump your way back, and then you can just barely hit the dragon, even from this distance. You just wish you can duck and hit him, but as we already know, that doesn't work because the fucking bastard won't stay up. So you just have to be real patient.
This is getting the Drake
sword,
the Dark Souls 1.
When he spits the fireballs, you gotta duck well in advance and just keep repeating. Of course, you die with only one hit, but the dragon takes forever.
This game is notorious among gamers as being one of the most frustrating games in existence. At some time or another, it seems everyone takes a shot at it. And after this review, I'm sure many more people will suffer over it, which is unfortunate, but to quote Full Metal Jacket, it's just one big shit sandwich, and we all gotta take a bite.
So, finally, the dragon's dead, the door goes up, and now you got one last obstacle. Just don't fall. Oh God, don't fall. Not after that. Alright, finally we get to see something different. Now, your first obstacle here are these rocks that come flying at you. Fuck! Now, once you remember the pattern, you can get by, but then this snake comes up out of nowhere. Damn! You know, this whole game
Someone
is
can
all about
speedrun this?
trial
Oh,
and
yeah.
error. The only way to get
Can't
through
imagine
is
it's a
to
very busy
memorize
category, though.
everything that happens. And once again, I'd like to stress, what's the point of having an energy bar when everything kills you with one hit? One fucking hit. Now, this is the worst. Just gotta watch the pattern. Up, down, up, down, up. Fuck! Oh, God. Game over? Oh, no. No, please, no.
He's going for something harder than Rolling Rock. He's becoming an alcoholic.
Man, fuck that shit. Man, you think I'm gonna put myself through that again? God damn it, man! Man, fuck this game, man!
I gotta start doing that to people.
Christ, I'd rather fucking 69 a grizzly bear while shoving King Kong up my ass. I'd rather fucking stand in the middle of a ring of monkeys as they pelt me to death with their own anal waste. Man, fuck this game, fuck it to hell, fuck it to oblivion, fuck it to damnation of mankind!
Oh my god.
Home Alone 2 on the NE-fucking-S. Now, just like in the movie, you're anywhere but home. You're lost in New York. Now, I'm really scraping the bottom of the shit barrel with this one. I mean, the first Home Alone game was so bad, why would you even bother with this one? Well, it's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it.
Now, the first thing I noticed, besides, of course, the title screen and the strangely placed credit scroll, is that the game is actually in memory of someone. Now that's sad.
My God.
So you start the game trying to escape from this hotel because they found out that you used a stolen credit card. Now you don't want to fuck with this hotel. They'll get everybody after you. Not even just the people who work there, but bouncing old ladies with umbrellas, mops. Yeah, crazy bloodthirsty mops will try to get you. Vacuum cleaners, yeah, they'll suck you up. Then there's suitcases.
Is the only way
even
gamers
the
made it through
fucking
back in the day.
suitcases are trying to run you over. Now, another thing I noticed right away was that the sound effects are taken straight from Bart versus the Space Mutants.
What the fuck?
Now, that's common for a video game company to recycle their own sound effects, but that was a claim, and this is THQ. Damn robbers.
Oh my god.
Now, nothing in the game really makes any sense.
There's layers
You're just running
here.
around and get the fuck off me, god damn it. Damn. Fuck.
Pika!
The boss battles with the abominable snowburns. Obviously.
Where the fuck were we? Pecha ran over and stepped on the keyboard. Christmas Carol, Dragon's Lair.
Sound effects are taken straight from Bart versus the Space Mutants. For HQ. Damn robbers.
There we go.
Now, nothing in the game really makes any sense. You're just running around and get the fuck off me, god damn it. And there's a guy throwing a key. Now, in the world of video games, a key is usually a good thing. You collect keys and use them to open doors, but not this game. The key kills you. Then you go into these rooms which have absolutely no purpose whatsoever. Sometimes you can find items, some of which can be used as temporary weapons, but the main idea is that you just run to the right until you reach the end. But then what happens? Nothing. You can't go anywhere. You press the button and wait for the elevator, but it doesn't happen. Meanwhile, these suitcases keep flying at you, so you start walking to the right, but no, that doesn't work either. So what do? You go back and explore the whole level, exhausting every possibility until you realize, yes, you are supposed to wait for that elevator. I end up pushing the button like 100 fucking times, and I'm being serious. I don't know if it makes a difference, but basically, you gotta wait for that elevator.
Sex toys everywhere.
Then it starts dropping you off on random floors. You run all the way to the right again, only to be faced with the same problem. It's a dead end. So what do? You go left again, and when you get back to the elevator, only then can you advance to the next random floor. It doesn't make any logical fucking sense. So you're just going around dodging everything, and sometimes it's impossible to jump over people, so you really need a weapon, which you can sometimes find in these rooms, but watch out for those crazy fucking maids that throw pillows which look like bloody butcher knives missing handles. God. When you see the old ladies, you slide on your knees like Pete Townsend, which is probably the best part of the game.
Yeah, that
sometimes
is wicked
the
cool.
slide can kill things, and other times it can't. I didn't even know it could be used as an attack until I got to the chef, because that's the only way to get past him, is to slide into him. Now, of course, every time you hit him, he removes another article of clothing. Now his shirt's gone, and do I really want to do this? Oh, shit, God. Then he leaves his hat,
That's
and
a good little bit.
it turns into a pizza. Okay.
Please,
There's really
turn me
no
into a
consistency
pizza.
in this game at all. For example, most of your enemies,
You can't
can
consent
stun 'em and
to
then
being
just
a
pass
pizza.
by. But this asshole, it doesn't work. You shoot him in the balls, and then he still has his way. I just want to get up on those boxes so I can jump over them, but you can't. You can jump on the boxes
These are
to
the
the
exact
right,
same enemy
but
types
you
as
can't jump
Hotline
on the
Miami.
ones on the left. I mean, what kind of fucking sense does that make? Some of the poles you can climb, and some of them you can't. Some of the potted plants, you can jump on the plant itself. But other times when you're in desperate fucking need, you can't. It's like the game keeps changing the rules. Here, get up the ladder. Get up the fucking ladder. There's birds shitting all over me. Get up the fucking ladder. Fuck, 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 fuck.
Oh, hey, hey,
Merry Christmas,
hey,
you
hey.
filthy animal, you miserable fucking cunt, you piece of shit. Shitty games, all my life. Shitty fucking games. I hate shitty fucking games, and I hate shitty fucking Christmas, because shitty fucking Christmas means more shitty fucking games.
Oh no.
Humbug! Bah! Fucking humbug into hell!
Greetings, nerd! Forgive this intrusion, for it is I, the ghost of Christmas past!
I ain't seeing this.
Why do you doubt your senses, nerd?
Because I wasn't ready to go completely insane tonight.
But you're already there, drowning
I love the way
in
it
your
keeps changing
misery
size.
and
It's like Germa.
You see this?
I do see that,
But you're not looking at it.
but I see it.
Look, Ghost, why do you come to me?
Well, to take you back to the past!
To play the shitty games that suck ass? No
That's the
thanks.
line!
This is your past, nerd!
Oh, fuck!
Oh, wow. That's me. I'm playing round 42. That was just shit. I remember that. Oh, no, that's my first time playing the NES. Now, there's my dad in
this
his
is
underwear
adorable.
taking out the trash. At least he's not making me take out the trash. Oh, and that's me playing Mario 2. At least we all thought it was Mario 2.
I don't know how you get in there. There's a wall block. So I don't know how to get in.
This is adorable.
We're not going down there. This isn't fair.
He's
I
exactly
remember
the
nothing but
same.
torture. Oh,
He's
that's that
exactly the
fateful
same.
Christmas day when
He's. I expected him to go, what were they thinking?
I got my Super Nintendo.
My first 16-bit machine.
Oh.
Do you remember the excitement?
Who are you?
The Ghost of Christmas Present Edition.
What do you want?
Oh,
I just wanted to remind you of the fond memories you had of the Super Nintendo. You remember Metroid, Zelda, Mario? You only choose to dwell on crap. You know what you're doing right now?
Talking to you?
No, this is all out of body, don't you get it? Right now you're looking back and reviewing one of the worst games on the Super Nintendo.
Shaq Fu. Just the name makes people cringe. Like you don't even want to go there. So it's a fighting game with a storyline that begins with Shaq wandering into a Chinese shop for whatever reason, and an old man tells him he has to save some kid. So Shaq just goes along with it, steps in the portal, and ends up in the second world. I guess we live in the first world, so this is the second. So you're wandering around fighting everybody you meet, including a goblin sort of thing, some crazy cat bitch, a Persian prince, I guess, and all kinds of weird aliens, and a mummy warrior. I never even heard of such a thing.
This game's fucking badass.
This. It's really weird. I kind of like Full House Tournament Fighter. At least that had more appropriate characters. Now, this is one of those...
Hold on just a fucking second. Did he say Full House Tournament Fighter? This looks like a Kino Fabino image. There's no fucking way. Full House Tournament fight. I gotta write it down. Wigan and I are playing this.
House Tournament Fighter. At least that had more appropriate characters. Now, this is one of those multi-console games which appeared on both the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis Mega Drive console, and most of the time the Super Nintendo version was better, which means I'd really hate to see the Genesis version. Now, besides the ridiculous concept, the dull sound effects, and everything else, the rotten core where this game's stank bullshit stems from is in its godforsaken control. The controls are mutilated, fucking atrocious. They're especially unresponsive when you're trying to execute a special move, and most of the time, you find yourself trying to get close enough to your opponent to hit him. You just end up jumping all around until the clock runs out.
It's a hot skill issue, dude.
This game falls between the ass crack of basketball fans and fighting game fans. It doesn't please anybody.
Those are the same demographic. I'm just letting you know.
Also got to mention that there also used to be a website dedicated to finding and destroying every cartridge of this game. It's that bad. Now, I can go into depth and describe the controls and every last detail why this game is so god-awful, but I don't even have to. The name says it all. The title doesn't even sound good. Shaq Fu? It's like a joke. I mean, just the fact that they can release a fighting game starring Shaquille O'Neal and call it Shaq Fu pretty much proves that you could put Fu at the end of anything. How about Robin Williams Fu or U2 Fu? I mean, who came up with this shit? What were they
I would absolutely play Robin Williams Fu.
Smoking crack up their ass?
Oh, Ghost, please, I can't stand it anymore. Ghost? Where are you? Oh my God. I know who you are. Dreadful apparition, why must you trouble me? Why do spirits walk the earth and what do you want from me? Ah! Oh my God. You remember the Nintendo Wii? Yeah, it's actually what they call it. But it was very revolutionary when it first came out. But looking at it now, it's like a baby's toy. Now, I got this bullshit fuck game called Far Cry Vengeance. Now, you put the word vengeance at the end of anything, and it's sure to suck.
Hey, big fella. You look like the kind of man who can handle himself.
You look like the kind of woman I'd like to handle.
Well, have you been with the rebels?
I'm not that kind of rebel, pal.
I'm not your pal, you bastard guy.
It's gone senile.
Oh, look at that. Look at all the grass growing. Kind of like in Creepshow. Hey, yo, stupid ass. I'm right behind you, fuckface. Kill him, kill him. There you go. Yeah, right in the balls. Fuck! The control is fucking awful. Now it's time
Holy
for
fuck.
Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz.
Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz.
Oh, and Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz. Alright, now despite being a pretty
make me
good
sad.
game, there's the party games. And instead of just having a few really good ones, they just have a whole bunch of really shitty ones. They just suck, should I say, monkey fuck? I mean, this doesn't even have anything to do with the monkeys. You're
Should
just a
I
fucking
say
dog going around trying to
monkey
move the
fuck?
fucking sheeps off the screen. Oh, it's fruit. Yeah, get the fruit in the basket. It's fruit. This is the worst fucking thing ever. Look at this. Move! Move, god damn it! What? Look at this. God! Oh, what a shitload. What were they thinking? I'd rather drink diarrhea sauce. Alright, it's time to boogie. Boogie, 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 boogie.
Oh no.
I just can't wait till you write me you're coming around. I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa, I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa, don't feel good. Hey, oh, right now.
Spirit.
Should we play Parappa the Rapper? Like that's a good one, right? That's a banger. That's a banger stream. Oh yeah, we're doing that one.
Please have mercy. I can't stand to look at this anymore.
I love that joke.
It's Christmas. I haven't missed it. You little shit, little fuck. It's Christmas. What a glorious Christmas day. Look at all these games. Look at all these games. I think I'm gonna play Super Mario World. Fuck yeah, this game's awesome. In fact,
I've
should
never
just play
played Super
good
Mario
games from
World.
now on. Man, fuck that. Let's play some shitty ones.
Woo! Merry Christmas, one and all. I flammed my penis in the car. Can you do Guitar Hero 2? I need a Guitar Hero controller. Where the fuck am I gonna... Oh, sorry, this is really loud. Where am I gonna get a fucking Guitar Hero controller? What are you, insane?
I want to bring you back to The Legend of Zelda. This game was released in 1986 in Japan and 1987 in the US. At that time, it was the biggest, most epic game ever. It was more than a game, it was an adventure. It captured our imaginations and immersed us into the fantasy world of Hyrule.
What are you, writing an essay,
Princess
man?
Zelda, the evil Ganon, and the Triforce would become beloved Nintendo icons for generations to come.
Okay, yeah, good point.
There is a sequel to this game, released the following year, Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. But never would we have guessed that this would be the only direct sequel to come. So the Zelda timeline will go backward, twist, split.
The fact that he is like giving like all these games so much praise, and he's talking specifically about like, oh, here's like the importance that they have, and then just for a moment you see him naming his
Zelda
character
2, The
Ballsack.
Adventure of Link. But never would we have guessed that this would be the only direct sequel to come. For the Zelda timeline will go backward, twist, split, or do anything but go straight forward. This left fans everywhere debating on what order the stories in the games take place. And back when Zelda
Oh
started,
God, we
nobody
have
would
like
have
a
imagined the
definitive
idea of such a complicated timeline.
answer.
It's no easy feat to string together more than 14 games that generally have very few story connections and continuations. I don't claim to know anything, because nothing is absolute, and Nintendo has no official timeline explanation. I just want to give you a basic overview.
My God, we get to compare. We get to compare and contrast. We get to hear AVGN's version of the Legend of Zelda timeline.
Of how confusing it is. Originally, as we all know, on the Nintendo Entertainment System, there were only two Zelda games, The Legend of Zelda and Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. The timeline at this point was very straightforward. Zelda 2 was a direct sequel, taking place a few seasons later, starring the same character Link, now a teenager or young adult. However, the Zelda in this game, who's under a sleeping spell, is reputedly not the same Zelda that Link rescued from Ganon at the end of the first game, as this Zelda has been asleep for millenniums. While fans waited anxiously for a third Zelda game, there never was a Zelda 3, but what we got on the Super Nintendo was a prequel, The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. This game came out 4 years after Zelda 2, and it far succeeded our expectations. It went back to the original format, but made drastic improvements, adding a new Light World Dark World system and making the game's plot much more involved. For the first time in a Zelda game, we are told the history of Hyrule. In the beginning, three gods of wisdom, courage, and power create the land of Hyrule and leave behind a symbol of their power, the Triforce. It remains hidden away in a golden land where legends say anyone who
All I've
finds
ever heard
it,
is no one
all
accepts
their
the
wishes
official
will come
canon.
true. However,
Yeah,
it's
I
found by a
don't
thief
either.
by the name of Ganondorf Dragmire, and because of his evil nature, it transforms him into the monster we know as Ganon and the Golden Land into the Dark World. While he rules this Dark World, he also tries to take over Hyrule, but 7 wise men seal the gate to the Dark World and trap Ganon inside.
Oh, it's
Now,
just that's a great image.
7 wise men seal the gate to the Dark World and trap Ganon.
This goes hard. They literally did seal him inside it. They squished that motherfucker up. They sealed him inside the Triforce. Like a box.
Ganon inside. Now that's
not
all
like
backstory.
spiritually or like
Now,
his
as the
energy
game
or his
begins,
life force or
evil
his
wizard
soul.
Aghanim has taken over Hyrule Castle and uses the life force of the 7 maidens to break the seal to free Ganon. The 7 maidens are the descendants of the 7 wise men, and the last in line is Princess Zelda. The main objective of this game is for Link to defeat Aghanim and then go to the Dark World to rescue the 7 maidens and ultimately face Ganon. Now, on the Game Boy, we were given Link's Awakening, which was the first portable Zelda
That
game.
would be a wicked
It
cool
seems to
tattoo.
take place right after A Link to the Past, treating it as its own new series of games, or either ignoring the original 2, or I don't know. Now, let's move on to the Nintendo 64, the first 3D Zelda game and the biggest, most anticipated yet, the Ocarina of Time. To my dismay, this game was another prequel. Upon release, it was announced as the earliest point in the timeline, and this is where all notions of Link to the Past being the first were shattered. Shigeru Miyamoto, the man responsible for all these great games, did an interview with Nintendo Power sometime before the release of the Ocarina of Time.
Okay, I should
This is
explain
said.
what I think about the Zelda timeline here. I should give my streamer opinion. My opinion is that there is no timeline, it doesn't matter. The whole point of it being a legend is that you see these characters' archetypes. These archetypes interact in different environments. So you have the hero, you have the princess, you have the villain. It's like Mad Max, where it's like there is no actual time. Like characters will fulfill, one person will fill a different role throughout 2 different versions of the legend. You know, it's like Mad Max. Legend of Zelda is like Mad Max.
Ocarina of Time is the first story, then the original Legend of Zelda, then Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, and finally A Link to the Past. It's not very clear where Link's
So all this
Awakening
this is
fits
all
in.
bullshit.
It could be any time after Ocarina
This is
of
all
Time.
this is bullshit.
Now, whoa, I'm nobody to argue. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't doubt the man himself, but how is Link to the Past the last? I had a hard time accepting that any game would take place before it, but now it's the last? Well, then why is it called Link to the Past? If it was meant to be the end, why wouldn't it be called Link to the Future? Let's remember when there were only 3 Zelda games, The Legend of Zelda, Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, and Link to the Past. Was there any doubt that Link to the Past took place before the other 2 games? Even the back of the box says it starred the predecessors of Link and Zelda from the NES games. As the game begins, Zelda telepathically speaks to Link's uncle while Link remains in bed. She says, "Please help me. I am a prisoner in the dungeon of the castle. My name is Zelda." By introducing herself in this manner, it seems to set the tone as a
Mad
prequel.
Max is what happens
Link's
after
uncle tries to
Ganon
rescue
wins.
her first, but when he dies,
Ocarina
he
of
passes
Time.
his sword on to Link and tells him basically he's the new hope. It's easy to assume that this is Link's first adventure, but with all the new games, it's all screwed up and open for debate. The title Link to the Past could very well not be referring to the character Link at all. While it's undoubtedly a play on words, it could be totally referring to a link as in a connection, a chain of events. So, what event from the past can it be linking to? The Ocarina of Time? Okay, fair enough, but one problem. To believe that means to assume that they already had Ocarina of Time planned out back then, and that's playing a George Lucas. So, what right do I have to argue with Miyamoto? I don't. However, I can offer...
Picks that go hard. Picks
So,
that go hard.
what right do I have to argue with Miyamoto?
Picks that fucking go hard. This goes hard.
I don't. However,
that's a pretty good cosplay for the time. That's pretty good.
I can offer 3 explanations to why he says Link to the Past goes at the end.
Any
1,
cosplay that's
he's
like
being
halfway
interviewed and he
wearable
was caught on the
nowadays
spot,
is
so
really
it could have
good
been a
for
simple
anything
mistake.
before
2,
2012.
Link to the Past was once a prequel, but its place in the timeline changed, so his quote somehow correct. 3,
I don't like that
it's
image.
just a game,
That's not
so
that.
who
This
gives a
one
shit?
doesn't go hard.
So, let's get back to the Ocarina of Time. While it has to be a different Link and Zelda, it definitely seems to take place at the beginning. In fact, it seems to take place during the imprisoning war of the Link to the Past backstory and the origin of Ganon. During most of the game, he's in human form as Ganondorf, and at the end, he actually transforms into Ganon right in front of you. In Link to the Past, Link is usually compared to the legendary hero of time, meaning he's carrying on the tradition of the old Link from Ocarina of Time.
Yeah,
or that could
that's
just be a
the
legend,
point.
whatever. Now, once I got over the fact that this
I always
is yet
said
another
Ocarina,
prequel,
not
it
Ocarina.
also involves time travel, which just makes it even more complicated. In a similar fashion to Link to the Past Dark World Light World system, Link here travels between his childhood and 7 years in the future, where Ganondorf has taken over Hyrule. So, you get to play as both young Link and adult Link. Young Link basically skips over his childhood.
Young Link's
becomes
not wearing
adult
pants, but
Link,
adult
and
Link is
defeats
wearing
Ganon at the
pants.
end.
That means that the Sage of
However,
Light
Zelda
put pants
sends
on
Link back to
during
being
that
young
like 7
Link,
years.
so he can have a chance to live the
During that
skipped
7
years of
years,
his childhood.
they put pants on him.
Now, a second Zelda game for the Nintendo 64 was released, Majora's Mask. This one is a sequel to Ocarina of Time, but wait, not a sequel to the end where adult Link defeats Ganon, no. It's a sequel to young Link after he got sent back. So now, any speculation of Nintendo ever making a sequel to Zelda 2 is deader than shit. They can't even make a sequel that follows in consecutive order. Instead, they just keep going back, and then maybe taking a small step up again, and then back again.
No.
We have a sequel to the original, a prequel to the original, a sequel to the prequel, a prequel to the prequel, and a sequel to the young Link of the prequel's prequel. What the fuck? At this point, if you want to try to make any sense out of this whole thing, then you just go right ahead.
Yeah,
and not me. At
that's
this point,
about
I really
right.
didn't give a shit. So 8 years since the last game on a
How
handheld
young is
system,
young Link?
Link's Awakening,
I think
2 new Zelda games were
he's-
released for the Game Boy Color, the Oracle of Seasons and the Oracle of Ages.
I wanted to
These
say
games,
it's 10 and
depending on the order in
17.
which you played them, took place immediately after each other. On the
That's
first
what I wanna
playthrough,
say.
the villains in each game were General Onyx for the Oracle of Seasons or Varen in the Oracle of Ages. But
Woo! Sweet! Hey, pretty lady. What's up, you sexy little Yu-Gi-Oh card?
But if you play through each game a second time and enter a series of passwords from the Link system, you can get the real ending and actually fight the revived Ganon.
That's cool.
These games, however, could take place after nearly any Zelda game. Some fans speculated that they took place after Majora's Mask because of the similar characters. Some said that they came between Link to the Past and Link's Awakening, and some believed them to take place at the very end of the time.
What I think is that they're
Still
made up
others felt it
because
was
they're
another
developed by
Link entirely.
Capcom.
By this point, the timeline had changed. No longer was a constant among all fans. But no matter where you wanted to place the Oracle games, the main theme of the series remained true. The Ocarina of Time era, then the Link to the Past era, and finally, the Legend of Zelda era. It's kind of weird to think that the early 8-bit games are now actually taking place at the end. But whatever, that was before this whole timeline thing happened. But then, it got even more fucked up.
I love this little fuck!
Zelda, called The Wind Waker, was about a young Link on...
If you see a motherfucker in your YouTube comments with this little guy as his profile picture, like you see some fucker with this little guy as their profile picture, then they're gonna call you a slur.
The Great Sea, who has to rescue his sister along with the help of a pirate girl named Tetra, who's later revealed to be this game's Princess Zelda. This game was supposed to be a sequel to the Ocarina of Time. Wind Waker's backstory told how after adult Link had defeated Ganon, Ganon returned. But Link, he's now non-existent because he was sent back 7 years where he lives his childhood as young Link and Majora's Mask picks up. So he basically disappeared from the present time.
They've only said
But
one.
now
See, but they said one.
But with no Link
I was
to
right.
fight him, the three goddesses of Hyrule flood the land, sealing Ganon and the kingdom beneath the Great Sea. So this is our big problem. Hyrule is flooded, so this game would have to be
normal
the end.
3D
Nothing
Zelda.
could happen later if Hyrule's still flooded, unless somehow it gets unflooded again. So now, when debating the Zelda timeline, you usually either believe in one linear timeline or a split timeline. There's no generally accepted splittist or
Picks that go hard!
Or linearist theory. And yes, people who believe in a split timeline are called splitists, and people who believe in a linear timeline are called linearists. It's sort of like Trekkie and Trekker, except even more nerdy. A year before Wind Waker was released, another game was made in the series as an add-on to the Game Boy Advance remake of Link to the Past. This was the first multiplayer game in the franchise, the Four Swords.
Guys go.
At this time,
Wonder
some
shows
fans
him.
believed that because the game was so radically different from the others, it didn't count. However, the idea it didn't count was quickly debunked on the grounds that it was nothing but an excuse not to think.
Yeah,
Since this was largely a
that's the
subgame
whole
and the
point.
map was really just a basic setup of land with no true meaning other than to separate the three levels, most fans didn't consider it an important part of the timeline, and that it could go anywhere. Although it was largely believed to either take place sometime before the Ocarina of Time or after Wind Waker.
Remember when that's what ads
However,
looked
its
like?
significance greatly increased when in 2004, a second game in the Four Swords sub-series emerged, Four Swords Adventures for the GameCube. Although the Wind Mage Vaati was the primary villain.
I love this purple little fuck. You want to talk about fucking profile pictures? This guy was my Steam profile picture for so long.
Of these two games, Ganon made an
I love that little
appearance at the
fuck.
end of Four
He's
Swords
great.
Adventures, having been reincarnated. This was when the timelines really took it in the ass, as many more possibilities were opened. Then the Minish Cap, also on the Game Boy Advance, is
Love
involved in the
Minish
Four
Cap,
Sword
banger.
saga as well. It tells of the origins of Vaati and the Four Sword, and is mostly believed to take place at the beginning of the timeline. That's right, another fucking prequel. How far backward can we possibly go? Maybe eventually it'll go back to Link and Zelda being the Adam and Eve of Hyrule, or it'll go back to the creation of Hyrule when the only life forms are microscopic.
TOS?
Micro Zelda. Maybe they'll make that
TOS?
game. Although I'm being sarcastic, many fans agree that it is hard to accept another prequel. Many are resistant to the idea of a game taking place before Ocarina
It wasn't
of Time,
TOS
as
until he
I
put
am,
Zelda's
with
face
any
on
game
her.
taking place before the only one with past in the title. Many other theories
Pooba.
place the Minish Cap at the very end, and still others clump it together with the other Four Sword games somewhere in the middle of the timeline. Others speculate that the Four Swords are their own separate series. However, most believe the Minish Cap is likely the first game in the entire saga, as its geography seems to be most similar to that of Ocarina of Time than any other game, and takes place in a
Oh,
time
the
without
geography
many
doesn't
Ocarina
matter
species
either.
being prominent, suggesting that the kingdom has not yet united all the races. That and the lack of the Temple of Time suggests that it falls several
None of this shit
generations
matters,
before
you
the
know
Ocarina
it.
of Time. Not to mention, it explains how Link first got his hat. But like any theory, somebody always finds a flaw. For example, moblins are in the game, and moblins are the pig-like soldiers of Ganon created in his own image. No Ganon, no moblins. Or is it possible that Vaati is also capable of creating moblins? Well, this one's up in the air. like dog shit shooting out of a cannon. Now, Twilight Princess, the latest
Twilight
Zelda
Princess,
epic on the Wii,
banger.
seems to have no obvious spot in the timeline, but it kicks so much ass it makes you forget about it.
It does kick ass.
Everyone has tried very hard to understand how these Zelda games could be logically and chronologically connected. And I swear, some of you have memories better than Dustin Hoffman and Rain Man. It's true, Zelda fans can recall countless character quotes, game prologues, and instruction manual text to back up their arguments. That's impressive. The fans clearly have a love for Zelda, and that's what drives all these theories about the Zelda world, because the games are so good, that's what makes people care so much. But let's stop for a moment and look at all these games as a whole, mainly the earlier ones. If there was some sort of a concrete storyline, a planned out logical order in the Zelda universe, it would be there clear as day. The creators of Zelda didn't think about it.
Dude, that art goes fucking hard. Whoa. What the fuck is this art from? Hold on.
Zelda universe.
Not this guy. Not this guy. This fucking goes hard. This goes fucking insano. This looks like Shikara.
Day. The creators of
This looks like Mobius.
Zelda didn't think about a timeline. Now, because of pressure from the
Banger.
fans, Nintendo sometimes tries to inject things from previous games into newer installments, attempting to tie some of them together, but there isn't a sturdy foundation to do so. It's a puzzle that can't be solved.
That's the point!
It's a gang-raped, bitch-slapped, broken-down fucking mess of a timeline. No matter how hard the fans try to piece it all together, a new game comes out that just defies everything. Zelda started out as just a little elf kid running around stabbing bad guys, and it was a classic little adventure game. But today, it's a juggernaut. It has a cult following that's out of this world. That's why we've seen Zelda.
Zelda has a cult following? A cult following, huh? Not even then was it a cult. No.
Characters in Soul Calibur and Super Smash Bros.
Zelda's normie, dude.
Where does
Zelda's
Super
normally
Smash
as fuck.
Bros.
Normie as
fit
fuck.
in the mix? Link, Zelda, and Ganondorf are in the game, so why ignore it? It doesn't count, right? Well, excuse me. What about the cartoon? What about the
The cartoon goes hard.
games on the Philips CDI? There is Zelda, Wanda Gamelon, Link
Wanda
and the
Gamelon, Faces of Evil,
and
both go
Zelda's
hard
Adventure.
as fuck.
Hey, Princess Zelda actually plays a bigger role in those games, so why don't you count those? Maybe because they suck diarrhea shit from an asshole fountain? But that's beside the point. The point is that the true heart of the Zelda games is the gameplay. If you can't enjoy playing the game, you won't enjoy the story and characters anyway. The end goal is that the game is fun, challenging, has some unique twists, and is a satisfying experience. So
I would
instead of
not
looking at all the
say
Zelda
that
games as
Zelda
whole,
is
you
a
have to look at each one
challenging
separately.
game series.
After all, that's the way.
Anything before, I would say Majora's Mask is uniquely hard, but it's not hard until you go all the way back to Zelda 2.
They were developed.
I think everyone,
It's not as though Zelda
if
is
you
like Lord
if
of the
yeah, if you're a
Rings.
child,
Each Zelda game is a different legend and a different experience.
yeah, Zelda
You
2
don't
is
have to
hard.
play the first one to get the story.
Zelda
of the
1's
third
hard.
one or even the 13th one, and that's really lucky for those who haven't. been
Rest
able
of
to
them,
play
not so much.
Which is the case for most people. Zelda games are not meant to connect right down the line. They're not meant to tell the entire history of Hyrule. They're meant to be single, fun experiences. Now, I know it can be really fun to work on this puzzle, and it shows creative thinking, which I commend a lot of you for. But hey, don't sweat it. It's not something that deserves a loss of sleep. So just enjoy the fucking games and have a great day.
Fuck. I gotta do this one now?
Rambo,
Guess I might as
baby!
well, because there's a new Rambo movie coming out. Back in
Favorite
the
snack while
80s,
high?
Rambo
I'll
was
let
the
you know
shit.
by grabbing
The
it in
NES
my weed
game
pen.
was just plain shit. Well, it's based off of Rambo First Blood Part 2 rather than the first.
Rambo!
I guess making a game where you go around killing cops probably wasn't in their best interest.
It begins with the Colonel visiting Rambo in prison and making him a deal. Go rescue prisoners in Vietnam and you're free. But you have a choice. I'm not afraid of death, or I feel better in prison. How about I feel better in prison?
in what?
But it's up to you. The game doesn't start until you say yes. What's the point of having an
Dialogue
option?
options
I'm saying
from
leave me the fucking prison, but then again, I might as well not even put the game in if I'm gonna say no. That's like in the movie. If you would have said,
those
John,
go hard
the
as
movie
fuck.
can't continue till you say yes. So the game begins. You're just walking around the hangar, talking to people. Rambo looks like some shirtless guy wearing red spandex. So you just walk around, talk to this person, talk to that person, then finally go to the colonel one last time where he says, you've got 36 hours to get in, complete your assignment, and get the hell out. The first swear I recall from a video game. Then the plane drops you off and the action finally begins. You spend most of your time just killing snakes, bugs, and other small animals with a knife. It's actually a complete clone of Zelda 2. Yeah, that's right, that's the flying sword, or knife in this case, the numbers that appear when you kill the enemies, the way you talk to people, dark caves which require a lantern to light the way, and overall the layout is similar. Now, speaking of the knife, that's one of the most disappointing aspects about this shitwad of a game. Why am I not using a machine gun, like the front cover? Why am I just fighting snakes and bugs? This is exciting. Doesn't this remind you of the movie? Remember when Rambo has to fight a giant spider? I don't. Eventually, you start to fight appropriate enemies, and you do gain an inventory of weapons, such as flying daggers, arrows, and grenades. Man, who the hell throws grenades at a tiger anyway? You also get a machine gun, but this doesn't happen until much later in the game. The problem may not be that the game doesn't follow the movie, it actually follows the movie way too much. Almost every key scene is recreated through character dialogue, but who cares? It's almost like they focus too much on the story rather than the overall gameplay. When Rambo meets the girl for the second time in the game, you're given an option. Rather than conducting business, you can say, "What do you think of me?" The game doesn't advance until you stop asking this, so what's the point? And how cocky can Rambo be to expect a compliment? She could have said, "What do I think of you? You look like a hairless gorilla, and when your mouth is open, you really freak me out." There's times when you have to follow her, but all she does is walk back and forth, so you're actually supposed to go meet her somewhere. But where the fuck that is up to you to find out. Now, that's the biggest problem of this game, finding out where the hell you're supposed to go. You stand on these little boxes that say N for North and S for South. You push up and then go to the next screen, and it's just like in Friday the 13th where you can change paths, but it's confusing to navigate because everything looks the same. If you keep walking in the same direction, the stage just repeats over and over. Sometimes you think you're making progress, but then you realize that you're doing laps over the same stretch of land. But to make it even more confusing, there's times when in order to advance to the next section of the game, you have to walk in one direction and then go back the same way you came. So it's like if you walk to the right, you could just keep walking right forever. It's an endless cycle. But if you walk to the left, that's when it takes you somewhere different. What a shitload of fucking bullshit. There's also a scene where you control the girl. She can't do anything but walk, and there's no fighting involved. All you do, basically, is just walk from point A to point B. Why? Another thing that blazes my balls is that when you're low on energy, the screen flashes. I guess it's nice to be alerted that you're dying, but it doesn't have to be so fucking annoying. Maybe you say it's nitpicking, but I say it's shitpicking. The controls are mind-blowingly awful. It doesn't look bad, but believe me, it's bad. You can move and jump around just fine, but when it comes to using your weapons, it feels stiff. When you try to attack something, it's almost impossible without getting hit. Getting across this bridge is a real shit, bitch. Damn. Fuck. Alright, come on, you bastard. I'm almost there. Almost there. Fuck! Oh, God.
How did they fuck up Rambo this bad? You'd think it wouldn't be that hard. Just a guy in a bandana going around shooting people. Kind of like Contra.
Yeah, that worked, didn't it? Side-scrolling, overhead, or even a semi-3D perspective. It all worked. As long as the control is fluent, the action's good, and the overall gameplay is stimulating, that's all it needs. But instead, we get a confusing, incoherent mess that doesn't even really know what it's trying to be. A needless storyline, confusing navigation, frustrating controls, and a second-rate clone of Zelda 2. Though it predated Zelda 2 in its US release, Zelda 2 came out first in Japan. What? What the shit? I'm back at the beginning. How did this happen? I just fell and now I'm back at the beginning of the damn game. I still have my weapons, but I got a long way to make it back to where I came. Murdoch is still telling me the same shit he told me before, as if I never started the mission yet, so I guess I just found some crazy glitch.
So the only way I'm gonna show you the end of this game is to enter a password. But look at this!
Why does the fucking password have to be so damn long? Is it really necessary to have both capital and lowercase letters, as well as numbers, question marks, and exclamation marks too? If you're writing this down, you're gonna get confused. S's look like 5s, zeros look like O's, capital and lowercase letters can look identical, and lowercase L's look like 1s and uppercase I's. That's something I have no tolerance for. The password system should be simple, straightforward, and easy to use. As long as you know the password, you should be able to enter it and move on. It doesn't need to be a fucking project. Assholes. Well, so this is it, the end of the game. And they sure saved the hardest part for last. It's just a fucking barrage of shit coming down.
What a
It's like you need a bulletproof umbrella. There's no way to dodge this shit, and the only way to hit the copters with grenades. It takes about 1,000,000 hits, and there's no damage indicator. It doesn't blink or anything when you hit it. So the first time I tried this, I didn't even know the damn things were working. But with patience, you finally win, and then you go back to the hangar, a job well done. And from
Favorite
here on,
snack
you can
when
just
I'm
walk
high is
around and
alcohol.
talk to people. And there's Murdoch, the bastard. You get out your machine gun, you shoot him, and he turns into a frog. Yeah, you shoot Chinese letters, and he turns into a frog. Just
what did I miss? What did I miss? Okay. Nothing, I guess. Is that 2 left hands?
Now, I think that was enough, but there's more Rambo games. So, just for a bullshit bonus, let's take a look at a couple more. Here we have Rambo First Blood Part 2 on the Sega Master System.
Rambo First Blood Part 2!
Now, okay, this is more like it. Starts up with the action right away. You're just going around shooting people, and on top of that,
Cuba
it's 2
Libre.
players. We know that this is Rambo, but who's this guy? But anyway, it doesn't matter. The controls
It's
are basic.
Lambo.
Number 1 shoots bullets, and number 2 fires exploding arrows. You give him a little number 1, you give him a little number 2. Number 2. Well, at first it seems like a decent game, but it's also very frustrating because you move incredibly slow.
How's the workout plan going? It's okay.
And the bullets don't go far. They also look
not
like
easy.
ping pong balls. The game reminds me of Akari Warriors, and it suffers from the same problems, though the levels are not nearly as monotonous. But one thing that happens is, if you die, you can reappear in an obstructive place and get stuck. You're trapped. I mean, there's nothing you can do, other than just hope to get hit by enemy fire so you can reappear somewhere else. Another weird thing that happens frequently is that after you come back, you know, when you're in that brief invincible flashing stage, the controls get locked. You can only move left and right. I mean, this seems to happen mostly on the second player for some fucking reason. Other times while you're flashing, you can walk across the water. Who does Rambo think he is? Jesus Christ?
Well, let's check out Rambo 3, again on the Sega Master System. Now, this one's going to be fun because it uses the light gun. Unless the fucking thing doesn't work.
You missed that one. Try another.
It kind of works. I mean, I guess you just got to wave it around.
You missed that one.
Rambo never shoots straight.
This guy's getting fucking gunned down.
What the ass? What's wrong with this thing? Piece of shit.
How many light guns did you own? Just one.
Now, with all the Rambo games, I could probably go on for hours, but that's not what it's about. I just wanted to give you a basic overview.
I remember, guys,
Now,
I'm
it's been
23.
about 20 years since these games were out. It's also been about 20 years since the last Rambo movie.
Technically,
Now,
like,
I'm psyched to go see Rambo 4.
that I also want that line on a shirt. I'm psyched to go see Rambo 4. But yeah, like when it comes to like consoles, I had a lot of hand-me-down stuff, but still, like the stuff that came out when I was a kid was like the Wii. The Wii came out when I was 6. That's how baby I am.
it's not called Rambo 4, is it? Let's address this title situation one last time.
Oh, here we go.
Now, back in my chronologically confused video, I was making fun of Rocky 6 being called Rocky Balboa, so I made a sarcastic comment. Let's take a look.
What are they going to do? Call it John Rambo?
And what do? That's what they call it. And I feel bad. I feel like I picked on a retard or something. Like, what are you, retarded? Oh, I'm sorry. But then what do? They change it again.
I adore that joke. I adore that joke because it's because he recognizes that he shouldn't have said it, but he said it anyway. That's what's so funny about it. He's like, oh shit, I'm sorry, that's a rude thing for me to say. Well, then why did you say it to begin with? James Rolfe?
To just Rambo. Like, is this a sequel or a remake? It couldn't get any more confusing.
Even though the original movie was called First Blood, people often refer to it as Rambo. But in the second movie, they downgraded First Blood into a subtitle, calling it Rambo First Blood Part 2. But the Nintendo game is just Rambo, as well as the Sega version. Even though the box says the full title, the game itself, and even the title screen, just say Rambo.
Just say Rambo.
The immediate title of the second movie is Rambo. Next came Rambo 3. Technically, it should be Rambo 2 or First Blood Part 3. I mean, there's no consistency.
Rambo 2, First Blood Part 3, Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story.
It's Rambo 3.
But then comes Rambo. Like, how do you follow Rambo 3 with just Rambo? That doesn't even make any sense.
When did this movie come out? Like 2008? 2007? 2008. Holy fuck. This movie had to have sucked, right? This movie sucks. It has to. This looks like it sucks.
It's like you're going backwards. So now if someone says, I'm watching Rambo, it's like, oh, what do you mean? You mean First Blood? Or do you mean Rambo, First Blood Part 2? Or do you mean Rambo, the fourth movie? That's what it is, the fourth fucking movie. Why could they just call it Rambo 4? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Don't tell James about the Fast and the Furious. Don't tell James about the Fast and the Furious. Don't tell him. Don't tell him about the Fast and the Furious. Wow, we watched all of AVGN season 2. What is this? That's a Germa video. So we watched season 3, right? The last Rambo came out in like 2019. All those like older action movie stars they're making like Chinese not films. They're not real movies. They're just like money laundering schemes. It's the same thing. That's what Bruce Willis was doing. He's just trying to secure the bag as hard as he could. Because he has aphasia. And it couldn't work anymore. Bruce Willis Redbox movie watch party. That. Because who's going to come after me for copyright on that, right? But Bruce Willis said, hey, you know, everybody gets sick. Everybody dies. Everybody's brain fails them eventually. It's just a matter of time. What is the first episode of season? The first episode of season 3 is Virtual Boy. NES Accessories is an hour in. You guys want to go for another hour at least? NES Accessories is one of the best fucking best videos. Period. What time is it right now? How long have I been live? How long have I been out? Okay, I've only been live for 2 hours. Yeah, we'll do it.
He's gonna take you back to the past. To play the shitty games that suck ass, he'd rather have a buffalo. Take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat
Stream's
the
going good.
rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
The extended version!
On your TV.
No!
Make sure it's tuned to Channel 3. He's got a nerdy shirt and a pocket pouch. Although I've never seen him write anything down. He's got a power glove and a filthy mouth. Armed with his zapper, he will tear these games down. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd. He plays the worst games of all time. Horrible abominations of mankind. They make him so mad he could spit or say cowabunga.
Cow a fucking piece of dog shit. This game is diarrhea coming out of my dick.
They rip you off and don't care one bit. But this nerd, he doesn't forget it. Why can't a turtle swim? Why can't I land the plane? They got a quick buck for this shitload of fuck. The characters' names are wrong. Why's the password so long? Why don't the weapons do anything? He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. The game sucks so bad he makes up his own words. He's the angriest, most pissed off gaming nerd. He's the angry Atari, Amiga, CDI, ColecoVision, and Television, Sega, Neo Geo, TurboGrafx 16, Odyssey, 3DO, Commodore, Nintendo nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
Art that goes hard.
It's the mid-90s. Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis were the two big competitors. The 16-bit era was coming to an end, while the next generation consoles were on their way. The Sega Saturn, the PlayStation, and the Nintendo 64 were ready to hit the scene. The graphics were getting better, and video game companies were racing their technology.
This is when video games became video games to me. You know what I'm saying? This is when video games went from a really expensive, like, rich kid's toy to something ubiquitous. Because up until, like, the fucking Nintendo 64 era, by that time, people who couldn't afford video games are getting people's older video games. I thought you said real video games came out with the SNES. That is true. That is true. I did say that. But those are when video games were starting, like, the ones that are worth playing are out there. But this is when it became like a part of culture, is what I should say. Where it's like, now that we've reached this point, video games are starting to, like, okay, this is a thing. It's not just like a, you know, flash in the pan. There's shit to be done here. We've got something in our hands.
And video game companies were racing their technology to a never-ending finish line. During the ongoing delay of the Nintendo 64, Nintendo announced a new product
all the
to
music
fill the
goes
time
off.
and continue their successful line of portable
Like,
game systems, beginning with the Game & Watch games and the Game Boy. The product, originally dubbed VR32, would become known as the Virtual Boy. It made use of 3D technology where each eye would see two separate screens and create the illusion of three-dimensional depth. Virtual reality seemed like the way of the future. Just the idea of feeling like you were in the game was an awesome concept.
Me playing Vertimate and getting Midna to fucking go crazy on my hog.
But instead, it turned out to be the grand motherlode of shit.
The first problem was that it was marketed as a portable system. Yeah, portable. My ass is portable. You could barely find a comfortable way to play this big red ugly piece of shit at home, let alone bring it somewhere. Like you couldn't play in a car or something like that.
Yeah, I've always wanted to own one of these too.
Come to think of it, you wouldn't want to play this thing in public anyway. You'd look like an asshole.
Is this why I say I look like an asshole all the time? Is it AVGN that did this to me? You hear me saying I don't want to look like an asshole. I've
play this thing in public anyway. You look like an asshole.
I do it with the same inflection. Oh my god. Oh. Time moves differently in the quantum realm.
Why isn't there a head strap? Let's think about this. This must be one of the worst designs for any invention in history. It's basically a pair of goggles on a stand. To me, that translates to a pair of eyeballs on legs. On a stand. To me, that translates to a pair of...
She's hot.
Eyeballs on legs. The controller's really weird too. It has 2 D-pads and the battery pack is attached to it. You can swap it with an AC adapter, but when you're playing on a table, it can come loose and shut off your game. The 3D effects are hard to focus and they strain your eyes. There is even a warning on the box that said it could cause headaches and seizures. That's great, right? It's like the cherry on the shit sundae. How would you like to play bad games and have a headache too? But before I say the games are bad, let's take an honest look. Unfortunately, the only
virtual reality is still like that. It's still like that, by the way. How would you like to play bad games and have a headache?
I can record these games is to zoom into the eyepiece, so please excuse the guerrilla-style videography. Let's begin with Mario's Tennis.
Hunter
This
S.
was one of the
Thompson.
first Virtual Boy games to be released, and it's usually the first one that most people have played. It starts out with Mario hitting a tennis ball right into your face. The 3D effect is actually pretty effective, but without experiencing the
If you close your eyes, your brain thinks that you died and you get flooded with endorphins.
actual game, you can't see it. Now, the main thing that disappointed everybody right from the beginning was the fact that the games are all in red and black. Now, the original Game Boy was in black and white, or black and greenish yellow, whatever.
I think the
but
red and
Virtual
black
Boy
goes
was supposed
hard.
to be cutting edge, so it was fair to
I think this
expect
is
it
fucking
to be in
badass.
color. What a letdown. Now, as for the game itself, it's just tennis, but with a selection of Mario characters. Not bad,
Is that
but
what it
nothing
is?
special. The big problem for me, personally, what the hell kind of virtual reality game is this? I don't feel like I'm on the court interacting. I would have expected this to be in a first-person perspective. The whole idea of virtual reality is to simulate the experience of the game like you're actually in the environment. It's supposed to feel like reality, hence the term virtual reality.
Tell that to the assholes that are filming VR porn, man.
Here's another one, Galactic Pinball. Well, it's just a pinball game with a space theme. The 3D effects are pretty shallow on this one. Nothing ever really comes up in your face. To use the paddles, you hit the buttons on the bottom of the controller, which feels like using a real pinball machine, but you expect to be able to hit the button harder to hit the ball harder. So in the long run, it just makes you wish you were playing a real pinball machine instead, or anything other than this. I feel like I'm taking an eye exam.
I've always wanted to
Speaking of
own a
that,
pinball
my eyes
machine.
are starting to hurt already. If you play this
Hitting on
long
pet
enough and
pigs,
go
I
blind,
don't
you can
think
really
pigs
become the
should be
pinball
pets.
wizard. Okay, now we
I don't
have
think they're-
Telroboxer.
they're very
Kind
cute.
of like
I think they
Rock'em
stink.
Sock'em Robots. And holy shit,
think
it's a
they're kinda
first-person perspective. This is a little more like virtual reality. The
Yeah, this looks
gameplay
cool
is
as
pretty
fuck.
much the same as Punch-Out. You can punch the face, punch the body, hook, uppercut, duck, dodge, and
This
you can
goes
make
hard.
use of both D-pads, which individually
What kind of pinball
control
machine
each
would you
arm.
own?
So you can block with one
A,
arm and punch with the other at the same time. It's not bad, and the 3D
Stern
effects are
Godzilla.
cool, especially when your opponent knocks you out.
Oh my god.
Next up,
Now that's
knocks you out.
You close your eyes right here. Yeah, your brain thinks you died. You play this
And the 3D
on
effects are
DMT,
cool, especially when your
and you get
opponent
killed by
knocks
this
you out.
guy.
Next up, Red Alarm.
That goes hard.
Well, red is right. All the games should have had red in the title. It's basically a flying game like Star Fox.
This is cool.
Remember what the graphics looked like on Star Fox? Everything was a polygon. But imagine that in red and black without any rendered shapes whatsoever. Everything's just a wireframe. It looks like a game that hasn't been finished. Worst of all, it's disorienting. If only
Yeah,
there was
that's
some
hard.
kind
That's
of
hard to play.
texture, you'd be able to see where the boundaries are. But without it, you're just flying around with a bunch of lines. Often I think I'm flying into an opening, but then I just find I'm butting against a wall. Look at this. Where am I supposed to go? One thing that's cool is that you can
This
switch
sucks.
camera angles. I choose the POV because, after all, isn't this supposed to be virtual reality? Unfortunately, Red Alarm and Teleroboxer are the only two Virtual Boy games to have this feature. Next up is Wario Land. You take control of Wario with one basic goal: reach the end of each level. Along the way, you gotta find
with
keys,
one
open
basic
doors,
goal.
collect treasures, and fight enemies. You stomp on them, throw them, or dash into them. There's also parts where you can leap into
Eliminate the
background,
degenerates.
obviously trying to cater to the 3D gimmick, but it's actually a good game. Damn good. But only one problem. It's on Virtual Boy. Next, we have Panic Bomber. It's a puzzle game, and a decent one, I might add. Basically, things fall down, and you gotta match 3 of a kind in a row, in a column, or diagonal. The match pieces disappear, and you get bombs. When a lit bomb falls, you can use it to blow up the other bombs. Now, I have one question. Why in the holy mother of fuck does this need to be on Virtual Boy? It's a puzzle game. This is the kind of thing that belongs on Game Boy.
Yeah,
Not only
this
is
is
there
not ideal.
nothing remotely 3D or virtual reality based, you can only play it alone. Aren't puzzle games most fun when you have friends to play with? Well, Virtual Boy
Not
actually had
necessarily.
an extension port for a multiplayer cable. It would have been used to link two Virtual Boys, much like the Game Boy did, but
Me and who, dude? Me and
player
who?
cable. It would have been
Me and
used
who?
to link two
Me and who? Me and who?
Virtual Boys, much like the Game Boy did. But the only problem, they never released the cable or made any games that supported it because the Virtual Boy sucked so hard it was retired before such a thing could be released. Next, we're up to Mario Clash. Every Nintendo console had its own definitive Mario title, and this, you would hope, would be decent. But what you get is basically a remake of the original 1983 Mario Bros. Arcade. Each level is just
I don't
one
remember this at
screen,
all.
and the goal is to knock out all the enemies, except for the Koopas. You stomp on them and use their shells to throw at the other enemies. Some of the enemies, like the ones with the 3 spikes on their back, have to be killed from a distance. So it's basically
kinda
Mario
cool.
Brothers with the background and foreground. What bothers me about this game is just one simple problem. They swapped the buttons. B is jump and A throws shells. How did they fuck up the controls for a Mario game? Why change what we grew up with? Why change what's been firmly planted in our brains since childhood? There's also a bonus stage, and look what we have here, texture. It's nice to see a floor that's fully rendered for once. Overall, Mario Clash isn't bad, but it's repetitive, and it goes on for 99 levels, probably making it the longest Virtual Boy game. And since it causes eye strain, it shouldn't be finished in one sitting. Next, Nestor's Funky Bowling. Any subscriber to Nintendo Power knows who
Nestor's Funky Bowling.
Nestor is, and this is probably the only game he's ever
Holy shit, look at that animation.
Nestor is.
Look at
and
this.
This is probably the only game he's ever been in. All I can say is, it's bowling. That's what it is. But I don't know
Goes
what's
hard.
so funky about it. It's just an average bowling game with the same 10 pins over and over. The animation on Nestor's reaction
GTA
is pretty
4
fun to
remaster.
watch, but other than that, there's not much to say. Okay, next is Virtual League Baseball. You bat, you run, you pitch, you catch, you run, you throw. It's baseball. The music is pretty cool, and you get a nice 3D effect when it shows the field. Kind of like you're sitting in the seats, almost like a virtual reality feel. When it comes to batting, the hit detection is kind of awkward, and when you're in the outfield, it's like you need a microscope to see the players. It's such a strange sensation to be controlling sprites the size of ants.
They all run the
like
same
north
exact
and south
direction.
on NES. Now let's do Vertical Force. This one is a 2D shooter, kind of like Galaga 1942 or R-Type. It's a genre that's classic as a good old TV screen. The only 3D part is that you can switch between two different altitudes, so it's kind of like 2D 3D.
Okay.
Sometimes you gotta fly up
That's
or
cute.
down to avoid obstacles, but most of the time you can just stay where you are. The 3D effect isn't even that deep anyway. This is another perfect example of a game that doesn't need to be on Virtual Boy. Next is Golf. That's it, just golf. Of all the games with this title, I'd stick to Golf on NES. You pick your club, you line up your shots, and that's about it.
So he talked about
Just the
diarrhea doo-doo
idea
in
of
several
playing
minutes.
an 18-hole course on this makes me sick. The graphics are decent, but they beg to be in green and
the
black
graphics
rather
are
than
getting
red and
fucking
black. Well, it would be nice
blasted
if
into
it was in
his
color,
brain.
but let me tell you, if there's one color that I imagine when it comes to golf, it's fucking anything but red. Next, we have
Don't you know
3D
golf is the red
Tetris.
sport?
Now, anyone who's familiar with Tetris will immediately understand the concept. Blocks fall down, and you have to put them together without leaving gaps. Anytime you fill a whole row, they disappear, and the only
This
difference
goes hard.
is that it's in 3D. But that means it moves along a lot slower because there's a lot more space to fill. The A and B buttons turn the blocks around in the second dimension, while the right D-pad flips them in the third dimension. The left D-pad moves the pieces around to where you want to drop them, and it works quite well.
Yeah, this goes
3D
hard.
Tetris and Teleroboxer are the only two Virtual Boy games that use both D-pads to do something different. Until the blocks drop down, they're transparent, and they have little shadows to help you tell where they're going to land. Also,
Yeah,
the layout
I'd
keeps
play this.
moving, so they basically tried everything they could so that you won't get confused, but still, it's a little hard to tell what you're doing. The 3D aspect isn't even very unique. They could have made a game like this on just about any other console at the time.
Yeah, this would
While
be
the
cool as
Virtual Boy
fuck in
does
modern
place
VR.
parts of the graphics in front of other parts,
This
the
would be-
blocks
yeah,
here
this
are
would be
just
really
two-dimensional
cool.
shapes drawn to give the feeling of the third dimension without actually doing so. It's like if I just draw on a piece of paper. There, that's 3D. I'd say just stick
Yeah.
to regular Tetris.
That's what a screen is, James.
Well, now we save the worst for last.
What do you think?
It's
What do you think?
Waterworld.
That's
Now,
how.
let's just
you-
stop
Do you
for a
think it
moment
doesn't
and
work
take
that
this
way
in,
in
okay?
anything else?
Waterworld on Virtual Boy. It's like puking on a pile of shit.
There it is.
All right, here we go. Ocean presents
Pizza.
Waterworld. How ironic.
Pizza.
Well, as far as the graphics
Get
go,
down from there.
too bad they couldn't use the color blue.
Yeah.
I mean, they had two choices for the water. It could have been red or black. Well, at least they chose black because if it was red, we'd be calling it Blood World. Either way, it looks like shit. The object of the game is just to shoot everybody and rescue the people. It's basically a remake of Defender.
Okay, well,
There's
don't eat
not
the
really
phone.
any goal other than getting a high score, which really helps since it doesn't save any data. There's actually a 9-player mode, which I honestly find hard to believe. Could you imagine passing the Virtual Boy around a room to 8 other people? I'd rather drink Kevin Costner's
This music goes
recycled
fucking
piss
off.
water. Waterworld is the only movie-based game on Virtual Boy, and doesn't it seem like a match made in heaven? It's a perfect analogy. An over-budget, overhyped movie turned into a game on a gimmicky, overpriced anal atom bomb of a console exploding with diarrhea.
Well, that's it. Virtual Boy was such a flop, it died in less than a year. Yeah,
Oof.
now I didn't pick these games. This is all.
Pizza,
of them.
don't eat phone.
I just reviewed every Virtual Boy game to be released in North America. That's right, I am holding the entire library of games for this piece of shit in my one hand, with the exception of Jack Brothers, which is rare, expensive, and probably not worth jack shit.
It's time for an update, because now I have Jack Brothers. Thank you very much. It's like I talk about shit
jaw
and
cracked when
somebody
I did
sends
that.
me shit. So let's give it a look and make this whole episode complete.
Felt great.
Jack Brothers, here we go. It's in Japanese, and since this game's story-based, I'm not going to be able to read any of the text. But the story doesn't concern us. We want to know how it plays. You get a choice
Hold
of
on,
3
hold on, hold on.
characters who look like Halloween mascots.
Hold on.
Jack Frost, Jack Lantern, and a skeleton named Jack...
Hold on. I need to find a video. There it is. Oh god. Okay. So reading whenever I read Japanese in like in a video game or anything at all, I think about this video. It's just titled "My Impression of an Angry Japanese Man." That's the whole video. But whenever, and from now on, whenever I read Japanese, that's what plays in my head, and I can't stop it. I can't stop it from happening. It's exactly as long as it needed to be. You got the whole fucking story right there. Ah!
Jack the Ripper. He's the coolest character,
Yeah,
but his attack is just a sword, while the rest of the characters can shoot projectiles. That's real deceiving. It's almost like they planned it that way. Obviously, you're gonna pick the fucking skeleton, but they give him the shittiest weapon. So it plays like a typical overhead view, where you have to fight monsters, collect keys, and find an exit before time runs out. Instantly, it reminds me of Gauntlet, and that's not a bad thing. For such a rare game, it's not half bad. But it doesn't utilize the Virtual Boy in any unique way. It goes 3D a little when you drop to a lower platform, but overall, it just comes down to the same thing. This should have been on Game Boy. This has nothing to do with virtual reality. I don't feel like I'm there. They didn't even try to make it virtual. Instead, they were just jacking off. And that takes care of the whole Virtual Boy catalog.
Now, to be fair, most of the games are okay, but they're the same kind of games you might as well be playing on a regular TV screen. I mean, they tried to take advantage of some 3D elements, but this wasn't called 3D Boy. It was called Virtual Boy. Now, they didn't even attempt a virtual reality concept. What it needed was some first-person shooter games, like Doom. That would have been awesome.
Doom
now,
on
it's
the
been
Virtual
about
Boy would
10
go ham.
years. The technology's gotten better. But nobody really gives a shit about virtual reality anymore. And maybe that...
And it's been another 15 years after that, and he's still right.
That's for the best.
It's for the best. Okay. At no point has James done this where he's got this silent intro, the text on the screen. So what the fuck is going to happen? I don't remember this episode. It's like an in memoriam. Oh. I've heard this. I've heard this mystery. Love this Mike Matei art. I love seeing Mike become a better artist over this. He's a lot better now. The precursor to Doug's The Wall parody. I absolutely want to watch Nostalgia Critics The Wall on stream. I'd love to watch Kikassia too.
The Wizard of Oz, a great series of books, but most remembered as the classic 1939 film adaptation. Everyone's seen this as a kid, and it's one of the most cherished movies of all time. Now, did it ever need to have a game?
Well, with all the shitty movie adaptations on Nintendo, it should come as no surprise.
Whenever I'd watch it, I was like, this movie sucks, it's too old.
It can't be that bad, right?
The title screen looks promising enough, but if you watch the demo, you see Dorothy fall down a hole and die in a matter of seconds. They didn't even try. It's the worst demo I've ever seen and the perfect foreshadowing for one of the worst games ever. So you start the game and the intro begins. To say the least, it's horrifying. Look at how ugly this is. Dorothy looks like she's dead, and the graphics on Toto really stand out for some reason. Then the tornado comes and Dorothy gets sucked away like a cardboard cutout. So she's in Oz right away. And comes and Dorothy gets
And a
sucked away like
foolish
a cargo
samurai
ship.
warrior
So
was
she's in Oz
sucked
right
into
away,
the
and
past.
Glinda gives Dorothy the ruby slippers. I always thought that was sketchy. Why does Glinda have such disregard for Dorothy's safety? Having the ruby slippers makes her the target of the Wicked Witch. It's not like Dorothy asked for the damn slippers. Also, why doesn't she just tell her she can click her heels and go home right away?
Yeah, you
Fucking
dumb bitch. Slut.
Oh my god, the witch has a bubble too?
Whoa!
I don't remember that from the
Check
movie.
that bad boy
The basic
out.
gist of the game, you gotta get through 4 countries, each consisting of 7 or 8 stages. You have to collect bricks and tickets along the way.
Yeah,
The
this game
bricks are
go-
used
this
for
game looks
building
like
a
it goes
bridge
off.
from one country to the next, and the tickets are for entering the Emerald City at the end. There's also mini games like Match the Picture and this word scrambler thing with Toto. Trust me,
fuck?
it sucks. But now on with the game. Let's start off with the enemy rundown. We got bloodthirsty blue birds, frogs, chattering teeth, pink soldiers, some weird-looking dude, flying elephants, which are supposed to be
Ah, look at this guy.
frogs,
Look
chattering
at this
teeth,
fucking
pink
character
soldiers,
design.
some weird
Oh, look at this guy. He looks like Homestar Runner. Oh man, so that's fucking that's Clayface. This design goes insanely hard. This guy fucking rocks. I want this guy on my I want a purple like a bright atomic purple snapback hat with just this guy embroidered on the front. Can somebody clip that so that I can, when I make merch, that's the first thing I release? Because I want that to be the first thing I release. It's the underbite. That goes fucking insano. I know it's totally breaking copyright law. I don't give a fuck. This design goes hard.
weird-looking dude, flying elephants, which are supposed to be monkeys, a blobby blue guy, and killer...
Yes! There's another one!
Flying elephants, which are supposed to be monkeys, a blobby...
Among Us!
Blue guy and killer chairs. Is this Wizard of Oz or Pee-wee's Playhouse? Then there's all these buzzsaws, kind of violent, don't you
God.
think? Everything imaginable wants you dead. Even water faucets coming out of trees. Even the hands of a clock can kill you.
Oh,
Oh God, here it is! Watch out for the clock! Oh!
Then
You
there's
got
lemons
clocked.
dropping down. You know, like
got
in the
clocked,
lyrics of
yeah.
Somewhere Over the Rainbow, the lemon drops. That's fucking desperate. My favorite's the cat cactus. That's creative, right? You get it? A cat cactus? There's even enemies that you can barely see, like this tiny mouse on the fence in the background. Like, are you kidding me? That doesn't even
would
make
make me
sense from
so
a
mad.
perspective viewpoint. She's like standing in front of the fence. As far as trying to defend yourself from all this shit, you're
Get
screwed.
poked, man.
Dorothy has
I can
2
help.
attacks, shooting magical items that she collects or kicking. The only thing effective
I'll
is
add him
shooting
as
at
an
things,
emote.
but your ammo runs out extremely quick, and it's very rare to find more. In fact,
That'll-
only
I
a
can
few
do that.
stages in the whole game have this ammo, which
I have a
comes in
lot
the
of
form
emote
gems
slots.
or stars. Can you imagine how annoying this is? Take, for example, Super Mario World, okay? Imagine if there were no mushrooms, fire flowers, or anything throughout most of the game. You had to go back to the first stage every time you need something. Is that fair? But let's face it, you're gonna keep running out of ammo in the middle of a stage, so your main attack is the kick. It's all you have. Remember the scene from the movie where Dorothy kicks the shit out of a giant crow wearing a vest? Well, anyway, this kick is practically useless. Most enemies come from above. I mean, look. You can't kick while jumping either, which is really a problem. So in the air, you can't defend yourself. Unfortunately, you need to be in the air to jump your way through the game. She's carrying that fucking wand around. You wish she could just whack things with it, but no, it's just for decoration. What a joke. Most of the time, you're just constantly taking hits, hoping to have spare energy. Fuck. Shit. Along the way, you meet the other classic Oz characters. Thankfully, you can play as all of them, switch between them, and each of them have their own individual life bars, which makes it helpful.
That's
So when
kinda
you
cool.
lose energy, it doesn't affect the other characters. But their attack range doesn't improve much. The Scarecrow can use the pitchfork, which is okay, but you still can't attack while ducking or jumping. Now, Tin Man, what a miserable fuck. He raises the shittiness to a whole new level. He can't
dude.
duck or
He's going
jump
crazy.
at all. That
Wait.
fucking helps, right? Why not make a character in a platforming jumping game that can't jump?
He
He's
can't jump.
useless. A complete waste. And just to tease you, he's the only one who has 2 attacks. He can kick and use the axe. But what good is that if he's incapable of jumping?
Now, the lion's the best, and here's why.
Oh, the lion, I'm the lion, I'm the lion from the Wizard of Oz. One time a rooster took a shit up inside of the barn. Let's have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Put him up, put him up. Oh, I like to wipe my ass with his tail. It's not my dick, it's my tail.
Shut up, shut up, shut up. Look, we're trying to read this game. We're up to your part right now. My part. Now, here's how the line works in the game. Now,
Mike at his best. No, Mike at his best is when Mike is hanging out with Inspector Gadget talking about Minecraft.
attacks go, he has like this weird bitch slap.
That's Mike at his best.
Yeah, it's the equivalent
Brown
of Scarecrow's
face Mike Matei
pitchfork. And he's the
real.
only character besides Dorothy that can do stuff.
With a nook and a fuck and a fuck.
Hey man, did you just swear?
Yeah, fuck you.
The Loco Bandito.
Now the only problem with the lion is that after he dies only once, he never comes back.
Now it's time to discuss the game's most fatal flaw. It's a glitch that defies all your gaming sensibilities. You fall through the platforms. No kidding. If you try to jump from an angle or land anywhere other than dead center, you're going through. Like, how in fuck hell do I miss jumping on something this big? I've never seen anything so ridiculous in my life. It makes the game virtually unplayable.
If that fucking happened to me, if I'm fucking 7 years old and I'm fucking playing on my SNES and I do that jump and I see that happen, I'm never playing video games again. I'm absolutely never. I have not read the Loco Bandito. Is this something that we need to read on stream? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But yeah, I would fucking eat my controller. I'd eat my shorts.
Big. I've never seen anything so ridiculous in my life. It makes the game virtually unplayable. A lot of times, I find myself rocking the D-pad back and forth to ensure that I land precisely where I want. And then sometimes, it still doesn't work. You just gotta take your time, plan each jump very carefully. Oh, I didn't know that was gonna happen. So, no, you can't take your time. This is one of the hardest games I've ever played, but for all the wrong reasons.
I love Scarecrow characters.
Every time you get game over, you have to enter a password to continue. And like any shitty game, it's long and tedious.
I love Scarecrows.
I swear,
I don't know
I had
why.
to enter this password about 50
always loved
times
them.
before I finished this game. All right, I'm almost to the end of the stage. Almost to the end.
Something about a guy
What?
made out of
I
straw.
died?
Is
Yeah,
great.
it doesn't matter if you reach the edge of the screen.
Like a
You gotta be
pitchfork
right
or a
on
scythe.
the arrow or above it. Have you ever seen a game be that picky? As long as I touch the right side of the screen, that should count. Another thing that pisses the shit out of me is that you can't jump down
Can't read
off
most of the
ledges.
scripts on stream?
Let's
Oh,
take a
no.
good game, for example. Yep, referring back to Contra again. If you push down and the jump button at the same time, you jump down.
What?
Simple, right? But no.
I didn't know that. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Because I have beaten Contra. That's one of my... So you know I'm a real OG, okay? And I'm not like, just like... I'm not fronting here, man. I am good at video games. Me and my cousin beat Contra without using the Konami code. That was something it took us like a week. It sucked. We were not good at video games. We were both like 8 and 10. But we did it. Because we were warriors. Okay?
And the
I
jump
don't
button
remember
at the
this.
same time, you jump down. Simple, right? But no, you can't do that in this game. Why is that such a big deal? Well, here's an example. I'm gonna get hurt by this green flame. You see, I just got hit. It's too high to jump over, and it's too low to walk under. All I want to do is drop down the floor and walk underneath it. But the only way to do that is to walk all the way to the left, drop down, and now I can pass under. What a piece of shit. The layout of the game is absurd. The platforms are placed at complete random. Sometimes they're out of reach, and other times you can't distinguish between what you're allowed to jump on and what's decoration. So you just gotta jump around at the scenery.
If I was playing this game and I went to jump on the weight
What's
and I didn't land on it,
decoration? So you just gotta jump
This one's
around
going back
at the
to
scenery
this one's
until
going
you
back to
find somewhere you can
Blockbuster.
land. Like right now, I'm completely stumped. I can't go anywhere. Oh, okay. I can't jump on this big bright yellow thing, but this half-hidden hourglass that's partially in the background I can. Toward the end of the game, you fight the Wicked Witch. Well, I don't have any ammo to shoot at her, and because she's up on the ledge, I can't hit her since there's no jump attacks, which means Dorothy's out. That fucking kick won't get us anywhere. That seems like the only time when Tin Man can come in handy. But what the hell? Why is it that when I stand close, the axe disappears? It's like you gotta stand in the right spot.
Shit! Come on.
Oh, is that the witch? That's the witch. She's a bitch, not a witch.
Come on, you fucking green bitch. Melt. Melt like diarrhea in the hot sun.
Yeah, melt. Shove a broom right up her ass. Fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch. Fuck wicked witch in the east, wicked witch in the west, wicked witch in my ass.
Now, shortly after the witch,
Dark
you go in the
Souls
Emerald City.
wall hit. He's looking for an illusory
it's
wall.
the last stage in the game.
Thank fucking God.
And to navigate this place is confusing as all hell.
Confusing.
Yeah, there's times when you're wandering around without any clue where to go.
Yeah, what's that green thing?
That green, I don't know what the, oh, that big emerald is a door?
Yeah, what are you, stupid?
Oh yeah, sure, that's easy to figure out. Now, this is the last room in the game.
About fucking time.
All you gotta do is get the 2 keys up on the top 2 corners.
Get up there.
Now, what the fuck? I mean, how am I supposed to get under this flame?
Piss on it.
Oh, fuck it. So you get the 2 keys, and that's it. No end boss or anything special.
That's it?
And the wizard tells you some bullshit that's not
You have fought long and
important,
hard
then
to get
sends Dorothy
here.
home.
Oh, boom.
Yeah, the animation's stunning.
I thought it was a ball sack.
There's no place like home.
Wipe your ass on Toto.
There's no shitty game like this. I'm serious. Like, it shouldn't have been made.
Mike Matei
like, it's almost
Persona
half as
Real.
bad as
Mike
Dr.
Matei
Jekyll.
Persona Real.
And I know it's been like 40-something reviews, and I'm still talking about Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, but I'm serious. It's really almost that bad. Fuck this game. Watch it go. Damn! You just plastered the game on my ceiling with your shit.
He's gonna take you back to the past. He's gonna take you back to the past.
Oh!
To play this shitty game.
Oh!
Yes, he'd rather have a buffalo.
If I'm at a rave and this fucking pops on.
He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angriest
Imagine rolling and falling in love with somebody to this song. Imagine rolling and then doing a whip it right before the drop of that.
We've only touched upon some of the many classic gaming consoles like the Atari
Did he get zapped by a shrink ray? Listen to his voice.
2600. But now it's time to introduce you to 2 of its competitors.
This is his younger brother. He has a younger brother that's a year younger than him and looks exactly like him.
feeling down and dirty, feeling kinda mean.
Exhibit A, the Intellivision.
I've been from one to another extreme.
Exhibit B, the ColecoVision.
This time I had a good time, ain't got time to wait.
Both tried to take down Atari and both had a similar library of games.
We're on a musical journey.
Till I can't see straight.
It's like today, you got all these games, you don't know which way to look.
Fill my eyes with that double vision. No disguise
Dude.
for that double vision.
Dude, you hear this song as an opener before whoever you came to see, you'd be like, ooh, who's this guy? This guy's good.
My double vision's got the best of me.
Yeah, you'd be like, oh, whoa, hey.
First, we're
Who's
going to
that?
talk about the
Yeah.
Intellivision. It was test
Show me the
marketed
playbook.
in
What's the
1979,
set
but
list?
officially
Like,
released in
who is this guy?
1980. Notice its fine wood texture. Everything back then was made of wood. You know the Stone Age? Well, that was the Wood Age.
The Intellivision came from Mattel Electronics. Now, you know what else they made? The Power Glove. Now, that's a bad sign right there. But it was a great game system for its time. Now, I'm going to whip through a bunch of random games, mostly shitty ones, but I'm going to tell you right now.
Shitty games that suck ass?
Common complaints. Number one, many of the games are very similar to other games, and often they're blatant copies. Number two, without instructions, they're difficult to understand how to play. Number three, the controls suck ass. And in this regard, the main problem is the controllers. Why a numeric keypad? This is a video game controller, not a phone. Then there's two little buttons on each side, which are usually the fire buttons. It's awkward to handle. And rather than a joystick or a control pad of some kind, you get this weird disc. Sometimes in the heat of the game, you can actually jam your fingernail on it. It also acts as a button, so in total, that's 17 buttons. And for games this complex, you really need that many. When you pop in a game, the first thing you do is try every button before you figure out which ones do anything. Most of them don't do jack shit, and it's different for each game. That's why many of the games come with overlays. You slide it over the keys, and now you can see what they do. It helps out, but damn, what a shitload of fuck.
This is my favorite
season. The games barely fit in the cartridge slot.
110% season 3 is my favorite season.
Cheerio. So this is Space Battle. Sounds promising enough, but okay, what's this? None of the buttons do anything but make fart noises. And the overlay has a bunch of Triforces. Is this where they came from? All you gotta do is wait for the squadrons to meet the aliens, and then it brings up the battle screen where you shoot blueberry pancakes. This should be the whole game. Why does this part even exist? Next, I don't know, let's try Mission X. More like Mission Ass. It's a 2D shooter, but it's real hard to shoot things. I mean, you have to be at the exact altitude. 2 rises up and 8 goes down, and the fire buttons are on the side. I mean, that's great, right? Why not spread the buttons out as much as possible? All right, what's next? How about Utopia? It's kind of a precursor to SimCity. You're basically the god of an
fart
island.
sound again.
You build stuff and storms come by and, wow. All I can say is that back in 1981, people had a lot more imagination. Okay, how about He-Man? Oh, man, I thought it was going to be He-Man. So you're flying around the Illuminator shooting at stuff. I think on the ground, that's Skeletor. You drop bombs on him and...
You can hear the wet slapping of his feet on the floor, like... Why would there be wet slapping? He has no skin. No, he only has a skull for a face. He still has skin. He still has blue skin. You don't... Hold on. You... There's no way you don't know that, right? There's no way. Hold on. Get up a picture of Skeletor. I can't believe I have to fucking school you on Skeletor right now. You're gonna get Skele-schooled. All right. This is Skeletor. He's got blue skin. He's just got a skull for a face. You weren't born in the 80s, neither was I, but He-Man was like so meme-worthy back like pre-2010. About this era of YouTube. You know, like, hey, come on. You thought it was just a weird outfit? But why would it be like, why would he be wearing like a rubber suit that gives him muscles? Think about the implications of that outfit. Why would Skeletor be wearing like a rubber suit over his skeleton to like... Yeah, why would he have a loincloth? That doesn't exactly work, because I think if I was wearing a rubber suit to make my body. I would not feel it. I would still want to like cover my junk.
See, that's using your imagination. Vectron. In the 80s, everything was Tron. Megatron, Voltron, Tron the movie. You get the idea. This is
I love
weird,
Tron.
weird game. The first challenge is to figure out which of these indescribable objects you're controlling. So,
What the fuck is going on?
V.
What the fuck is this, man? My mom brings me this home. I'd be like, Mom, what the fuck?
You're controlling. So
I'm gonna go down to the creek and go like catch tadpoles, dude. What the fuck is this, Mom?
So guess what? I think you're this green V. You can shoot at stuff, but you can't move. And that's just fantastic because there's a big gleaming box immediately blocking your path. I'm not gonna lie, I don't get it. Now speaking of Tron, here we have Tron Deadly Discs. You just run around throwing shit at people. Seems like it would be a fun little game, but what ruins it for me is how ass the controls are. Rather than having one simple fire button and aiming with the joypad or disc or whatever, the keypad determines which direction you shoot.
You don't know. No, you don't have to look down at the controller. Nah, James. Nah, James, you know that isn't hard. You know that isn't hard, James. You know that's not hard. It's unnecessary, but you know that's not difficult.
Shit the fuck!
Games like this are why Reagan was
you're a
elected.
penguin ice skating around collecting torches, or they could be McDonald's French fries, who knows. The whole time there's a seal on your ass which kills you,
God.
but the black penguins do absolutely nothing. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Well, Advanced
Dungeons and Dragons. Move over, Matthew Mercer. There's a new king in town.
is right. For the time, it's a pretty complicated game. You start out moving some dots around on the map screen. Then you go into caves, you fight monsters, and find
This is
items.
cool as fuck.
What are those, jacks?
I do love...
Can I pick them up?
You know that meme that's like, whoop, 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 you know that? You know what I'm talking about when I do that sound? That's what this little guy moves like. He's like, whoop, 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 you know? Please tell me you know what I'm talking about. The little like stick guy, he's going like, whoop, okay, come on. I gotta Google it. I got. Ooh yeah, woo yeah. His name is not ooh yeah, woo yeah. It's not. This. Me and who, dude? Okay. Ooh yeah. Thank you for that.
Game. You start out moving some dots around on the map screen. Then you go into caves, you fight monsters, and find items.
Do you see what I mean?
Can I pick them up? I guess not. The limited visibility is pretty annoying, and without the overlay or any instructions, I gotta admit, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. But this is one of the
Seen the
granddaddies of
life-changing
adventure
story
games.
ones? No, what?
All right, what do we got here? Space Spartans? Man, what the hell does that mean? A Spartan in space?
Don't tell this guy about Halo. Don't tell this guy about Halo.
Was Marvin the Martian a space Spartan? You got this grid
What the
screen.
fuck are
and
you
shoot
guys
shit,
talking
which looks
about?
like TIE fighters.
Can you keep like political shit? Like,
Microsurgeon.
what?
The picture reminds me of Slim Goodbody. I can't believe I'm making that kind of reference.
Come on.
But anyway, you control a barely visible dot on the screen moving around the human body. There's spiders and clouds floating around, and I doubt this thing's medically accurate. You just explore all the guts, technically making it the goriest game ever made. But it only goes so far.
Dude, I'm trying to be like this with somebody's daughter.
The piss and shit zone just didn't do it. Frog Bog. You're a frog, and the goal is to eat as many flies as you can. It's the same
Frog
thing
Bog!
as frogs and flies on the Atari 2600, but the graphics are way better. On Atari, the flies are just flickering dots. However, it's more fun to play because of its fluent control. It's a fine example of better graphics don't make a better game.
Better ingredients
Buzz
make a
bombers.
better
Now,
pizza.
This is funny. You kill a bunch of bees with bug spray, but no, you don't use a can of bug spray.
Not the
you
bees.
are the can of bug spray.
Don't do it to
There's
the
also a
bees.
hummingbird you can shoot at, but it doesn't seem to do anything. You know when bees sting you, their asses break off and they die.
Propaganda from Big
Space
Bug
Hawk.
Spray.
Man, everything begins with space. So you're just a guy floating around space shooting green slime.
That's me.
The bubbles are coming. Gotta find the mother of a
Ah!
fuck. It'd be so much easier to move if you could.
This is a horrible version of Dead Space.
Just use the disc. Instead, it's the damn keypad. Uh-oh, here comes the Space Hawk. Gotta move, gotta move. Damn! I wiped my ass on this game. Boxing. Okay. Yeah,
Boxing.
This sucks. Snafu. You have to keep the line going as long as possible without touching the other lines or hitting your own. It's the bare basics of graphics, but surprisingly, it's a pretty fun game.
Okay, now we gotta move on, but let me introduce the IntelliVoice voice synthesis module. What the fuck is that?
What?
Well, it makes your games talk. Yeah, now at the time, the idea of having voices in video games was a new thing. But unfortunately, only a few games were compatible, like B-17.
Daisy. Mattel Electronics presents B-17 Bomber.
That sound is burned into my mind.
Electronics presents
This bit.
B-17 Bomber.
B-17 Bomber.
Alright, fuck the game. Let's try Bomb Squad.
Mattel Electronics presents Bomb Squad.
Bomb Squad.
They'll never do it in time. The code, figure out
This
the
goes
code.
ham.
What? Guess I gotta defuse the bomb.
Ah, fuck!
It won't be easy. Replace this third, this
Oh.
fourth, this second, this first.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
This is good. I want to play this game.
What's that? A metamorphic stone rising from the blackness and negative earth? A towering behemoth, a monstrosity brought down by extraterrestrial powers? Or a giant monolith of death, hell-bent on the annihilation of humankind, time, and all matter? No, it's the AC adapter for a ColecoVision.
Oh, God. You see, this wouldn't be bad if they just put a fucking cable here. Just put a cable here, dude. Were the fucking 2-point cables not invented in 1970 whatever?
What the fuck were they thinking?
Is this necessary? Look, I can't fit this godforsaken piece of shit in the electrical outlet unless there's nothing next to it. What a fucking hog. That's what it is, a self-indulgent glutton of a power hog. Anyway, the ColecoVision was released in 1982, and like the Intellivision, it had the same stupid-ass keypad. but with a joystick. Well, almost a joystick, and it's so stiff it doesn't fare
Drop
much
the
better.
meme video in the
First, let's
shitpost
try
channel.
out
I'm not opening
Montezuma's
Discord
Revenge.
on this.
Well, I would make some comment about
For
diarrhea
reasons.
or something, but it's actually a pretty good platforming game. You collect a bunch of treasures while avoiding all kinds of hazards. Standard stuff, you know, but well done. Only problem, this controller is fucking horrible! But the good news is that, unlike the Intellivision, you can unplug the controller and swap it with an Atari or a Sega Genesis controller.
Oh,
Who would have
okay.
thought that would be compatible? But what a
Yeah,
great
why?
thing.
How?
Now let's
How?
try Rocky. That's right, Rocky on the ColecoVision. The music and the graphics are quite good for the time.
Oh, yeah,
Would
this
it be
looks-
too much trouble to add any facial features? As far to my knowledge, your only opponent is Clubber Lang. After all, Rocky 3 was the newest movie, so there's definitely no Ivan Drago. But all you do is mash buttons and it all boils down to a big crock of shit. Okay, you're not gonna believe this.
Oh my
one.
God,
it's
Baby
called
Land Park.
Cabbage Patch Kids Adventure in the Park. It's basically like another Pitfall game, but with a random layout. Why would I swing on the vines when I can hop on the lily pad instead? Then there's screens which don't have anything on it. So what's the point of having
Love it.
them? And so many of them look the same. Next is Campaign 84. Yes, a game based on the presidential campaign.
Games like this were why Reagan got elected.
Probably the worst fucking concept for any game in history. First, you pick what you want to accomplish. You know, like what kind of serious issues there are in the country, like ban all shoelaces. And that's my favorite, because shoelaces are bullshit. Then you pick the donkey or the elephant, and I don't really know which is which. And then you're moving around, and I really seem to be having a lot of trouble with this because I can barely move. All right, let's try to touch the megaphone, okay? You were seen putting your shoes on before you put on your pants. Okay, well, who the hell was watching me get dressed? If I want to put my shoes on first, that's my own goddamn business. Next up is Chuck Norris. Yeah, that's right, Chuck Norris, the game. You're walking around, and then you get into fights, and the attacks are completely ineffective. Come on, you son of a bitch! Wow, this is shit.
This might be one we play on stream.
Next we have Dance Fantasy. Okay, well, my first question is,
Look at these
where's
little
the
aliens!
music? And what the hell am I trying to do? You're just like floating around. It's as much fun as dragging a mouse around a computer screen. Dr. Seuss's Fix Up the Mix-Up Puzzler. It's a puzzle game where you put together different Dr. Seuss characters. Yeah, that's about as much as I can say about that. Learning with Leaper. It's one of the most juvenile games I've ever played. You're a weird eyeball with
That
legs.
design goes off. This thing is cool as fuck. It's like the Pixar Lamp's goth girlfriend.
And there's 4 little games to pick from. In the balloon game, all you gotta do is match the letters. See,
The
that's
fuck?
the T up there, so all I do is I just grab the T, and then I match them up, and there you go, you win. It's pretty hard, right? In the maze game, you're a frog.
A
being chased
chimpanzee
by a
could play this
centipede.
game.
All you gotta do is get to the end of the maze, and that's it. The dog game, I have no fucking clue what to do. But the paint game is basically like an old paint program.
Okay.
You thought Mario Paint was primitive? Well, look again. Next is looping. Here we go. Oh, let's try again. Oh, man, that pilot's drunk as shit. Oh, I gotta get through the wall. Here we go. Okay. Maybe I gotta go over it. Oh, I guess not. Uh-oh, let's try again. Oh, man, what am I supposed to do? Fuck! Oh, I know. I gotta shoot through it. Robin Hood. I guess you're Robin Hood and you're just shooting the fuck out of people with your arrows.
Oh my God.
Man, all this violence going on, but the sun is just smiling away.
Is that a line from Metal Gear? Did Ocelot say that? Is that Jetstream Sam?
Violence going on, but the sun is just smiling away. Slurpee. Okay, you're just going around.
Whoa,
slurping balls,
Slurpee!
And there's all kinds of weird creatures coming at you. And I really don't know how else to describe this thing. It's like What the hell? Smurf Rescue. Yeah, how could you go wrong with a game about the Smurfs? All you do is keep walking right. Nobody's trying to kill you. Everything's just fine and dandy. What a nice game. This is the happiest game ever made. War Games. I'm assuming it's based off the movie, since they both came out in 1983. You're basically trying to stop nuclear missiles from blowing up the whole world.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
kind of serious. But there's another one called War Room, which is a similar game, except this one has some comedic relief, because it's got giant mutant chickens.
Alright, well, this video is getting out of hand, and we can spend all day talking about these games and discussing them in depth, but I only wanted to give you an introduction to two classic gaming consoles. Now, I know we mainly focused on the shitty aspects, but let me tell you, that's the name of the game.
But before I end it, let's take a look at the ColecoVision expansion module. Yeah, what gaming system is complete without some kind of peripheral? You plug it in, and now you can play Atari 2600 games. That's right, I'm playing Atari on ColecoVision, its competitor.
Okay, that would never happen today. That's like if Sony said, okay, we're going to come out with this new expansion module for the PlayStation 3. You're going to be able to play Xbox games on it. There would be lawsuits up the ass.
That'd be cool as fuck.
And there were more expansion modules. The second one's a steering wheel for the driving games, and the third one connects the fucker to an Atom computer. I wonder if the Addams family had an Atom computer.
Now the fourth expansion module connects it to a dishwasher. And then the fifth and final one connects it to your ass.
Never do more than I really need.
Yeah, gamer.
My mind is racing, but my body's in the lead.
Okay.
Night's the night, I'm gonna push it to the limit.
You're gonna White Claw.
I live all of my years in a single minute. Fill my eyes with that double vision. No disguise for that double vision. Ooh, when it gets through to me, it's always new to me. My double vision's got the best of me.
Fuck yeah.
I'm gonna review a good game for once. Yeah, now don't worry, I'll go back to torture myself with shitty ones, but for now, let's do something awesome.
Super Mario Bros. 3 is often considered to be the greatest game on the NES. and for
Super
good
Mario
reason.
Bros.
It took
3?
everything that made the first Mario great and multiplied it several times over, adding new intricate levels of gameplay and challenges. Whether it's the top loader or that classic gray box, the Nintendo Entertainment System was at the height of its popularity when this masterpiece came along to push it over the top and make an everlasting impression, the defining moment of our childhood pastime. During the
Cooking
final
and I'm
years of the
cleaning
8-bit
and I'm
era,
vigorously
many other games
masturbating.
came along, with kids and Tiny Toon Adventures,
I
which
come.
tried to emulate its gameplay, its power-ups.
You okay?
and
Hold on, hold on,
overall
hold on. You guys know what I'm talking about when I say that, right? Just real quick, I gotta catch you guys up on something. A grand day out. Banger alert, ladies and gentlemen, banger alert.
Driving and I'm speeding and I'm vigorously masturbating, swerving and I'm screaming and I violently come. I come! Driving and I'm speeding and I'm vigorously masturbating. Come on the wheel and then I come on the dash and then I come on the floor and then I'm done. Then I'm done. Then I shit on the seats, slash open the tires, break all the glass.
Somebody ban that guy?
Then forget where I am, take off the plates, bust out the lights, jump on the roof, and then I break into your house at night and walk into your
your kitchen, and I'm cooking and I'm cleaning and I'm vigorously masturbating, washing and I'm drying and I violently come. I come. Stirring and I'm frying and I'm vigorously masturbating.
A banger!
And then I come in the pan, and then I come in a glass, and then I'm done. Then I'm done. Then I smash all your plates, bend all your forks, turn on your stove. Then I light a small fire, go in your fridge, eat all your food, farm it back up, and then I go into your room while you were sleeping and turn on your lights and jumping, and I'm shouting and I'm vigorously masturbating, kicking and I'm flailing and I violently come. I come. Punching and I'm kicking and I'm furiously masturbating. Come on your dog, knock your lamp on the ground. Then I steal all your cash and then I'm gone. Then I'm gone.
Magnifique, okay? Fantastic video.
Design. It was one of the first games I remember to have
Banger.
a strategy guide. There was also a Super Mario Bros. 3 cartoon series, even though there was no 2. That's the power that this game had. All you gotta do is say Mario 3, and anyone will go, oh yeah.
Now,
My only like love for Mario 3 is from watching like YouTube channels in like 2016 play like Mario Maker and like Mario Maker 2 ones in like 2018. That's about it.
Before the game was even released, most of us first heard about Mario 3 in the 1989 movie The Wizard, an innocent little family flick but essentially a theatrical Nintendo commercial in disguise as a feature film.
But now, let's talk
The
about
Wizard
Mario
goes hard,
3.
dude.
This is going to be short because there's not much you can
The
say that
waves.
already hasn't been said a million times, but I'll put it blunt and simple. This game kicks your ass till diarrhea comes out your dick. The only thing better than playing this game would be to have a magic leprechaun come and bring you beer. There's 8 worlds, each with a different theme. Desert, snow, sky, and my favorite is the one where everything's giant. Each of the worlds has a big map screen where you can select which level you play. At first it's as simple as clearing each level and moving on, but later the paths become more complicated, whether it means going through pipes, breaking through boundaries, or sailing over water. But the actual levels are what it's all about. Slide through a bunch of bad guys, oh, that's so much fun.
I got a new chair.
The 2-player game has a perfect balance. It's where you can either work together to complete the game, or just compete for items and race each other to
notice?
the end. Or you could die deliberately so that the other player will have to play the hard levels. There's card games, puzzle games, and even a bonus stage where you can play the original Mario Brothers arcade. Again, this offers many possibilities to be an asshole toward the other player.
Lenovo.
The power-ups are awesome. In the
Lenovo.
original Mario, there was a mushroom and the fire flower, but now there's the leaf that turns into a raccoon. You can break blocks with your tail, or if you get a good
Was
stretch
that
to
you
land
genuinely
on,
not
enough to
knowing,
get your
or was that a
P-bar up,
joke?
You can fly for a short
'Cause
period
it's
of
a
time,
funny
but
joke.
if you get the P-wing, you can fly through the whole level. There's also the P
Lenovo
switch
chair.
that turns blocks into coins. What does P stand for? And why is there so much P in this game? It's not full of shit, it's full
You won't
of
break
P.
your back on this
What about
chair.
the power-ups? You also have a frog suit that swims a lot easier. You got a hammer suit which throws hammers, and a tanuki
Oh,
suit
I'm
that
saying.
turns into a statue. I don't know what that's about. I mean, I know you use it to protect yourself from enemies, but man,
Logitech.
what kind of crack were they smoking? But the really cool thing is that you can save these power-ups and use them whenever you need them. Like before the start of the level, you might think, it's time to break out the frog suit. The enemies
Oh, yeah.
in the game are at
I'm thinking it's time to break out the frog suit.
control. You got these Goombas hopping around in wind-up boots. Then you got an angry sun, Big Bertha, and nuclear waffles. Not to mention, you got to fight all the Koopa kids and beat
Don't
Bowser
sit on
at
the
the end.
laptop.
All right, going through the pipes. Oh, wait. Oh, bullshit. What a bunch of fucking bullshit. Come on, you piece of shit. Come on, move your ass. Hey, how do I get this flower right here? I don't know. I'm just going to try to... come on. Yeah, all right. This game's tricky dicky. It's pretty damn hard, too.
Can we leave? Okay, let
Then
me open
there's
the door
this
for you,
part where
Peachy.
the only way to reach the goal is to fly in the air while holding a Koopa shell and break all the blocks. Who would even think to go up there? Especially when you get to the last world, it can get real challenging. This part doesn't fuck around. It's like, you got to the end, you dare to play, welcome to hell. That's what it looks like.
Oh,
All
we're
this
getting
fire and
froggy every
skulls
single
looks
day
like
of
hell.
our lives, baby.
Sort of like a heart shape around it. Yeah, a heart around hell. Does that mean that this game loves hell? This game worships the devil. Oh my
Hot.
God. Of course it does. Why is there so many inverted crosses?
Oh my god!
What's the H stand for? Hell? How about the part with the tarot cards? The N, Necronomicon? The P must be possession. Or maybe pentagram. Well, of course, the pentagram makes an appearance everywhere. It's no doubt that the 7 sons of Bowser represent the 7 deadly sins. You kneel before Satan on the block, and after 6 seconds you fall through. There's 6 arrows on the possession meter, and to reach the goal you go in the 6th door. That's 666. Everywhere you look, it's the number of the beast. In The Wizard, the game's introduction is basically the gates of hell opening. Yeah, video Armageddon. The devil watches you through the whole game. The clouds have eyes, the hills have eyes. Yeah, literally, the hills have eyes. Thanks heaven, and we know that there's no need to thank heaven unless there's the presence of hell. There's 8 worlds. In the 8th world, there's 5 spaces you can stand on where giant hands drag you down to your doom. There's 12 tanks you gotta jump on before the goal, and it takes me 12 jumps to get Bowser to fall down the hole. The 8th letter of the alphabet is H, 5 equals E, 12 equals L. What's that spell? Hell! And what's it sound like when you play the game backwards?
Game's a product.
The scream at the end that made it funny. That made it, because if it was just like, ooh, Satan in the whisper, but the fact that somebody backwards,
devil.
Leon, thank you for the 6
none of the other Mario games are like that, so I don't know why it's only this one. But in conclusion, all I can say is that other than being the total epitome of evil, Super Mario Bros. 3, it's a good game. So good it's a sin.
Your mother.
Oh my. Oh my god, it's a possessed NES.
Posture check.
Your mother sucks cocks in hell.
The fuck did you just say?
I said, your mother sucks cocks in hell.
Oh! Go back to hell, you evil motherfucker!
Shove it up your ass, you motherfucking cocksucker!
The power of Christ compels you!
What an excellent fucking day for an exorcism.
Power of Christ compels you! Power of Christ compels you!
Yeah, fuck your mother.
Power of Super Mega Death Christ compels you!
Fuckers! Fuckers!
I've seen it, my mouth wasn't all right, but now
Yeah,
I love
Super Mega Death Christ 2000 BC version 4.0 beta, bitch!
Fuckers! Fuckers!
I love That's just like a good joke, period. This is like this Super Mega Death Christ works as a joke. Like you could tell it as a joke today.
What's the fucking language?
Picks that go fucking hard. This is insane. This is fucking badass. I love this little guy. Oh, he sucks. So this is like a dog. We got like the top of a skull. We got another skull. We got some PNG of like scary monster teeth from a rubber mask. Maybe like a gremlin. Like we got some horn JPEGs that he found. It's so good. The eyes, the wings, everything here.
Fuckers!
Alright. Who wants some? Motherfucker!
I
Oh,
miss
not you.
practical effects. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Wow, AVGN just relies on CGI nowadays. Wow, Hollywood. I can't believe you let us all to stoop to this level. How did this, how was expensive was it to outsource this to Korea, AVGN?
I'm the Lord of the Harvest! Bring it down! Bring it down!
He's like George Lucas, okay? He's a visionary. You couldn't see the future of special effects, but he can, okay? It's like poetry. Rhymes.
We annihilated him.
What the fuck is that shit?
Oh. All this shit?
Here we go, baby.
I'll tell you all about it.
Dude, if I wish I was a DJ and that I made music that was really good, so that at one point in the middle of my professional career, I could just like show up and like be in the middle of my set, transition to this, and have everyone be confused. Just have the people are, what is he serious? Am I supposed to be getting hyped for this? What? I went and saw one of my favorite musicians recently, and they whipped out a ton of new shit, including mashups of his existing work and Depeche Mode, and that made me go fucking insano. Because that's what, it's such a stupid thing to make. He's like, I'm gonna, but I want to also put, I want an instrument in my song to be Depeche Mode's personal Jesus. You know? Banger.
You got a game and a controller. That's the way it goes. But sometimes that wasn't enough. Nintendo is always coming up with
picks that go hard,
creative and unique ways to
picks that go hard.
Play games. Today, there's the Wii and the
dude.
come up with
I should shoot porn that looks like this. Like build a set that is so fucking 90s.
Creative and you.
This isn't hard. I could do this.
Unique ways to play games.
Bisexual
Today,
lighting.
there's the Wii and the DS stylus pen. But even in the early days with the NES,
ends it with the
same
AVGN
sort of thing.
credits.
Some of them were pretty awesome at the time, but others were failed experiments that made you look like a jackass. So let's take a look at some of the NES accessories. I already talked about the Power Glove. We all know it's bad. So bad.
So bad.
Let's start with the Zapper. Back then, we just called it the gun, because that's what it is. There's nothing more satisfying than just shooting the fuck out of things. It was the quintessential gaming accessory.
I don't know about that one.
Almost every console had their own version of the gun. Only problem, it doesn't work so great anymore. Depends on the game, the kind of TV you're using, and the gun itself. I have 3 of them. The first one is completely random. Sometimes it makes its target, but most of the time it doesn't.
Yay.
The second one has a pattern. Every other round it like goes dead. So here comes the 2 clay pigeons. I shoot them, no problem. Then the next ones come out. I can't hit them, even if I
Skill issue.
press the thing against the screen. The third zapper has the same problem, except that the pattern's swapped. What the fuck is going on? Even the alleged light bulb trick doesn't work. Here we have Wild Gunman. What do you gotta use your hands? That's like a baby's toy.
Did you say Wild Gunman and not Wild Gunman? You know it's about a cowboy. It's not about a superhero or a Mega Man villain. It's about a cowboy. So do you say Wild Gunman or do you say Wild Gunman? That's a Hideo Kojima NPC, exactly. That's Ocelot's German name. What does he say?
Gunman. What do you got? Gotta use your hands? That's like a baby's toy. Hey, get down!
Askeeja! Ah! Look at that little fucker! Is this the first episode with the cat?
The Super Nintendo also had its own gun, more like a big-ass bazooka, the Super Scope.
The Super Scope always looked cool as shit to me.
This one's a totally different story. The Zapper used light detection. That is, when you pull the trigger, the screen goes black for a fraction of a second and the targets become white squares. The Zapper detects whether or not it's pointing at the light, hence the term light gun that everybody likes to call it. But the Super Scope uses a sensor that you plug into the Super Nintendo, much like the Wii and its Wii Zapper. Another thing about the Super Scope is that it isn't powered by the NES. It's wireless, which you think would be cool, but that means that you gotta use 6 AA batteries, and this fucking beast drains them in a few hours. And why is the trigger on the
God,
top?
thank fuck we're not there anymore, dude. 6 AA batteries and it drains them in a couple hours? Thank fucking God we're not at this point anymore. A whole fucking pack of AA batteries. I remember like growing up having to buy batteries so often. And now I maybe buy batteries once every year and a half. I buy a big box and I never have to buy them ever again. For the 4 things or 4 or 5 things you have in your house. Leok, too. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. For the 4 or 5 things you have in your house that still require batteries, it's TV remotes. Those don't fucking use any. It's electronics here and there. Just little things. Never anything that we don't like. Xbox 360 controllers were what I remember eating them up. And before that, it was my Game Boy Advance. Yeah, everything nowadays uses USB-C. Thank fucking God. Although USB-C now is fucked too. Like, hold on, this mouse is this one. This is the one I use for my fucking stream PC. It's AA or AAA, and you only need 1 battery, and it lasts about 6 months. Used to buy the rechargeable AA's. I remember getting the rechargeable ones and having them not work great. I was not a fan of rechargeable batteries until they became like a real thing.
It should be down here. This is balls. You think the Super Scope would be more reliable than the original Zapper, but it's not.
No, that button is right. No, hold on.
Here.
It shouldn't be down there. Have you ever seen a rocket-propelled weapon?
On the top?
The triggers are on the top.
It should be down here. This is balls. You think the Super Scope would be
more
reliable than the original Zapper, but it's not. Even if I point the gun in the same spot, the bullets just scatter all over the place, all because I'm using a flat-screen TV. Now let's look at the Miracle Piano. It's a miracle if I could figure this shit out. You might be thinking, wow, Nintendo had a piano? Well, yeah, Nintendo had everything, but it was also available on other game consoles and home computers. It's got 1 game, which is basically a piano teaching tool. It's actually not bad. Well, that's really all there is to say. My only complaint is that the music comes from the keyboard, which is okay,
but the metronome comes from the TV, and that can be a little confusing.
Other than having standard lessons, you also get this robot game. Play the song right or the robot dies.
Oh my god!
And there's a duck game. You gotta shoot the ducks. Oh, come on.
Music, Jake.
Yeah,
get him!
Shooting ducks with the piano.
Next we have the power pad. You lay it on the floor, kind of like Twister. Let's pop in good old world-class track meet and have a race, jump hurdles, and do the long jump or triple jump. The present-day equivalent of the power pad is Dance Dance Revolution, and there will also be a version on the Wii.
It was meant to be a family game, but most kids I knew played it alone in their room, and that meant that if your room was upstairs, your parents would hear like all this thumping and shit. They hated it. Cats and dogs would piss and shit on it. In fact, just thinking about it makes me feel like having an anal evacuation.
Don't do it, James. Don't do it, James. Don't do it. James, don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Fuck this.
Don't do it. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, it all comes down to tapping buttons, which brings us to our next accessory. Probably the stupidest thing ever invented, the speed board. What is it? It's a piece of fucking plastic. You attach your controller. You get it? In case you don't want to hold the controller with your hands, in case you enjoy playing on the floor or behind a table, then this is for you.
What?
It's embarrassing. What's the point? To put the speed at your fingers? Why in the ass would I need that? If I'm playing a game that involves having to tap the buttons like crazy, I'm probably gonna get a turbo controller like the NES Max or NES Advantage. How could they even sell such a thing? Even though it's made by a third-party company, it was actually licensed by Nintendo. It's like covering a turd in ice cream sprinkles. Next up, oh boy, the Konami Laser Scope. Now I just want to go on record by saying
Makes it go
I
hard.
fucking love Konami. But this thing reeks of ass.
That one didn't age well.
It's essentially yet another form of the zapper, but it's voice controlled. To shoot, you say fire.
Fire! 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 It also has headphones, and it advertises on the box that you can use it for your Game Boy or Walkman. Just detach the scope module. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I would look so cool walking around listening to my iPod with this fucking thing on my head.
Yeah, you would, okay? You'd look cool as fuck.
It also advertises that parents will love what they don't hear. It says, while the laser scope surrounds the player with the sounds of exciting gameplay action, non-players can listen to music, read a book, talk on the phone, or have a conversation in the same room.
Leo, thank you for the gift set.
While you're saying, fire, fire,
Milf.
fire, kind of defeats the purpose, right? Fire, fire, fire,
More cat, more sub. She's in the other room. Although I gotta grab
I
another
said
white.
fire, I said fuck.
Okay.
Fuck. Fuck fire. Fuck. Fuck. Ass. You can say anything. Shit. Bitch. Cunt. Fuck. Fart. Fuck. Wow, I just shot down a duck by saying fuck.
Next is the Rollin' Rocker. This thing is the biggest shit biscuit I've ever seen. You stand on it and supposedly you rock back and forth, which controls the D-pad. The modern day equivalent would be the Wii Fit. The Rollin' Rocker is supposed to be compatible with every game for the NES, but I find that it isn't compatible with any of them. Each game responds differently, but none of them work. Adventure Island keeps walking right, Excite Bike keeps going down, Skate or Die goes in circles, Kung Fu ducks to the right, Metal Gear does nothing at all, Ninja Turtles 3 walks in place, and 1943 just fidgets around a lot.
It's another hunk of plastic. Who made this thing? Son of a bitch. Well, we might as well try an LJN game. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Let's see if this works. No, of
course not. It doesn't. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. I need a beer. I'm drinking Rollin' Rock on the Rollin' Rocker. Rollin' Rock? Rollin' Rocker. Yeah, Rollin' Rock on the Rollin' Rocker. I've also heard that you can't weigh more than 100 pounds, but I still don't understand why I can't get any kind of response out of it. Let's try the cat. Get on there, you little bastard.
Oh shit, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Ah, fuck, cat. Double whammy.
Cat's like, fuck that shit. Even though the Rollin' Rocker does absolutely nothing, the B and A buttons still work. Yeah, you plug the regular controller into it, so while you're standing on the thing, you still use the B and A buttons like normal. So even if it did work, what's the point? If I'm holding the controller anyway, why not just use the controller? It blows my mind. It's like, what were they thinking?
That's the line! Hold on, I gotta take a drink.
U-Force. So hot, nothing can touch it. Nothing comes between you and the game. That's what the advertisement said. You open the thing up, it basically looks like Electronic Battleship. It's got a 3-dimensional invisible power field. Wow, a power field. Now we're literally playing with power. Come on,
That's
jump.
badass.
Jump. Come on, Mario, jump. God, how do I jump? Come on, jump. Ass. Oh, jump is over here. All right, here we go. Get the mushroom. Oh, now that's assy. Yeah, I know I use the word ass a lot. I guess you can say I'm an assaholic. Let's try Kung Fu. Yeah, I'm honestly surprised.
James.
This thing kind of works. Looking at the
Yeah,
instructions,
I'm
each
an
game has a
assaholic.
specific setup and a switch combination, kind of like the codes with the Power Glove. Punch-Out uses an upright position and a power bar. Everything's always power. What's so power about it? It's only a plastic bar, and why do you need it? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This actually works. I'm punching somebody with the U-Force. Oh, watch out. Oh! Get up, get up, get up! Alright.
Don't lose to Glass Joe.
One more game. I can't believe we gotta touch this one again.
Top Gun has an option of using this weird joystick thing. I don't see the point when I can just use an actual joystick. And what's really weird is that this thing, again, is just a piece of plastic. It doesn't have any wires connecting to it. You just plant it there. And the buttons actually work. And it steers okay, too. To tell you the truth, I'm stunned.
Huh.
So, that covers most of the dreaded NES accessories, but I know that there's one in particular that I didn't mention.
Dangerous.
But, you know, can't do it all in one shot, so we'll save it till later.
Dude, I
See you next time.
wish I could get
think
into
you know what's
Elite.
next.
Because it's really cool in VR. See ya, Game Indiana Jones. We'll watch through Indiana Jones.
Alright, let's play some shitty games. Now, I have 3 games here based on the Indiana Jones trilogy.
Trilogy. Oh shit, there's a 4th movie coming out. Yeah, tomorrow in fact. For 19 years, we've been calling it the Indiana Jones Trilogy. But now, it's the last day when we could actually call it that. Now, I'm psyched. I mean, you can just tell I'm all ready. So, to celebrate the occasion, let's pop this fucker in. Raiders of the Lost Ark on Atari 2600.
Oh no.
The first thing that happens, you see Indiana Jones descending from some kind of escalator, and then nothing. You try every button, and by every button I mean one. You rock the joystick all around, you flick every possible switch, and nothing happens. Is the game broken, or did I already find the Ark, and that's the end of the game? Pretty easy, I must say. But guess what? You're supposed to plug the controller into the second port. Now the game begins and you can move Indy. Yeah, isn't that weird? But even more fucked up, you need 2 controllers to play the game. Controller 1 selects items with the joystick and drops items with the button. Controller 2 moves Indy with the joystick and uses items with the button. Once you figure that out, you think you're all set, but no, the confusion has only begun. You wander around the marketplace, yeah, that's what it is, but you never know that unless you read about it. You collect items from baskets. Now, let me show you. This is the gun. Makes sense, right? You see the little bullet flying out? Now, let me show you the whip. This is the whip. It's the same as the gun, just a shorter range. Why is it just a dot? I know the graphics on the Atari are limited, but don't tell me you can't draw a line. So after leaving this innocent marketplace, you end up falling, and then there's some tall, crazy guy in black chasing you around. Who is he? What is he? Is he from the movie? Could it be him? I don't know. But you walk all the way to the bottom with this guy pestering you, only to find a dead end.
This
So you go all the way
is
back
scary.
up to the top, which just
Dude,
brings
this
you
is
back
like
to the
analog
marketplace.
horror. This is
There's
a
nowhere
modern
left to
horror
go
game.
But back up where you started. But there's snakes on the edge of the screen just waiting for you, so it's impossible to go up without getting killed. Fucking snakes, I hate them. But here's what you can do. Go to the merchant, select the bag of gold, and drop it, which exchanges it for the flute. When you have the flute selected, it plays a tune which keeps the snakes from killing you. That's a lot of
He
faith
plays
to
that
put
little
in the
song
gamer
that goes,
for you to know that this is a merchant, that's a bag of gold, that's a flute, and you use it to keep snakes away. But anyway, you'll find that you can't go anywhere beyond these 3
One time I told one of my friends that it was my great-grandpa that wrote that song.
Every possibility of where you're supposed to go. But guess
Just to
what?
fuck with them.
See this thing? That's a grenade. You put the grenade next to the
He
right
wrote that song
wall,
that goes like
you leave the screen, then you come back, and there's a nice big hole in the wall. Okay, first of all, you'd have to know how to use the grenade. You can't drop it like we did with the bag of gold. You got to use the right controller. Otherwise, the bomb just goes away and nothing happens.
Just gaslight
dropping
somebody.
it isn't the same as activating it. But besides, how would you know to bomb a hole in the wall? Even in a Zelda game, there's usually some sort of clue. But here, there's nothing. So, you go through the caves, you collect all kinds of weird items, you can't even tell what they are. You end up in some sort of trap. You have to whip your way through the walls, which is easier said than done. And then you come out, and then you find that you can't touch the walls in this room. If even a single pixel of your body comes in contact with any of these walls, it sends you back in the trap.
Okay.
But still, where do you go? You're supposed to touch this one spot on the wall, which leads you to the next room. Well, after knowing that you can't touch anything else in the room, why the fuck would you even consider trying to go through the wall? Is there ever such a thing as a door? Also, in order to access certain parts of the game, it depends on how you move to the next screen. Here, we've already seen that when you go down like normal, you fall and end up in this weird place they call the Valley of Poison. But if you gently, carefully just ease your way down, it takes you to a whole different screen. Then there's a weird treasure room where you have to keep swapping items. You leave the room, you come back into the room, you drop this, pick up that, swap this, exchange
I see what they were
that,
trying to
finally
do.
You get all the items you need. Of course, each item is just trial and error to figure out what they do and where in the game you use them. Like the hourglass or the ankh. You use them to summon a little dot that bounces around. It's supposed to be a grappling hook. You hit the right controller button and time it when the dot goes over an island. Then you'll appear on that island. You'd expect Indiana Jones to use a whip to swing across, but not an hourglass that turns into a grappling hook.
No, that's cool as
By
fuck.
this point,
That's
I
Titanfall
also
2.
really have to say, using 2 controllers is a pain in the ass. Unless you're Goro. I'd recommend 2 sets of hands or 2 players.
Then you get to this part where you need to stand in a certain place for this map to appear. Ooh, like in the movie. You need to select the key to enter. You need the clock to tell you when the sun is rising. You need the medallion so the sun can shine at the right time and mark the spot on the map where you have to find a shovel to dig for the ark.
Oh my god.
Wow. How complicated can it be for an Atari game? Let alone that this is one of the few Atari games that you can actually beat, whereas most of them are just about trying to get a high score. And when I say it can be beat, that's hypothetical, because honestly, I think it'd be easier to find the real Lost Ark. Just the fact that you have to feel around for secret passageways and stuff, it makes you feel like Indiana Jones. Well, they got me there. Next up is Temple of Doom.
Based off the second movie, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom was...
Temple of Doom is so racist. I love it. I think old-timey racism is really funny. That's my problematic trait. It's my toxic trait. It's that really old-timey. The more old-timey you get with your racism, the funnier it is. Like the moment you start making fun of the Irish, it's wicked funny. The Italians, oh my god, I recently met one of my friend's partners, who is first generation Italian American. His parents are fucking full on Italian from a very specific small town in Italy, and they had this kid in America, so he's a first generation Italian American. And his parents still tell him, don't tell anyone that you're Italian. It's fucking great. It's wicked funny. He has the most Italian name I've ever heard. I didn't know that people were actually called Mario. I thought that sort of phased out, you know, after the 80s. But he's younger than me.
Was an arcade game which was ported to many home computers before eventually arriving on the Nintendo Entertainment System. There were two versions, an unlicensed black cartridge by Tengen and an official release by Mindscape.
Can we be legally racist to the British people yet? You can be legally racist to most people.
Is a mirror reflection of the other. In fact, both versions
You might get your ass beat for doing it.
So I don't know what's
Sorry.
up with that. The game begins, Indy walks from one cave to the next, and what's going on here? What the hell? Oh no, not this again. Oh, it's select. It's one of those games where select is start. Now, what's up with Indiana Jones? He looks like a park ranger, and he walks like he just dumped ass. Right, so basically, he's just going around rescuing little kids. See, there's a little kid. You get the little kid, and then you
collect the
sword,
and then you gotta get the sword, and then you gotta get the sword, and then you gotta get the sword.
Oh my god, this little cave here is awfully generous.
You gotta get the log.
All through the game, you keep finding swords and guns and stuff, but the big question is, what do you do with them? The start button brings up the screen which shows your supply. But
video games of the British made?
You try every button and nothing works. So
I can't think of a British game dev off the top of my head.
Nothing. It's just for shits and giggles. Oh well, we're having fun with our whip in the meantime, but then you find that your whip is pretty useless.
It's too easy to make fun of the British.
And kill small insects, but any of the regular bad guys, it only makes them jitter around and grunt. Should be a dance. Whip it. Come on, this is ridiculous. By now you're wondering, where the fuck are my weapons? Well, here's how it works. You hold the select button while pressing right for the sword, left for the gun, up for the bomb, and down for the whip. On top of just being awkward, it's impossible when you're in a tight situation and have to switch real fast.
Well,
There's no way to pause the game and
do
then
that,
switch weapons.
dummy.
You have to do it during the action. If you're on a conveyor belt, there's no way you're gonna mess around unless you want to fall off and die.
You fucking stupid idiot. What, you don't know how to play video games? Everyone thinks you're embarrassing. You look ridiculous right now.
Use one controller.
You look ridiculous right now.
There's also a serious problem.
Everyone thinks you look ridiculous right now.
Whenever you jump, you gravitate towards the bottom of the screen. You're constantly fighting against it with the D-pad. At first, I didn't understand what was going on, but now I kinda see what they were trying to do. The cliffs, the platforms, the conveyor belts, everything's descending as you go down, like you're on the side of a mountain. So whenever you jump, naturally you drop. But you're sort of looking at it from a bird's eye perspective. But
yeah,
no, wait.
I see it.
Are these doors actually just rectangular holes in the ground? Is Indiana Jones walking, or is he crawling? Or, huh?
No, I get it.
I don't know. I don't have a fucking clue. It's like they couldn't decide if they were making a 3D or a 2D platformer. So what you get is like a hybrid. Anyway, the big problem is figuring out where you're supposed to go. Some call it a platformer game, some call it an adventure game. I classify it as a where the fuck do I go kind of game. Yeah, one of those. It's dreadful. All you do is jump around. You go indoors and you jump around some more. You jump around, you jump around. The stages don't really progress much. Everything looks the same. It almost seems like I'm doing laps. But wait. Yeah, how did I get here again? You want to know why? Because the damn stages cycle over and over again. Let me draw it out. It's like, okay, here's the stage, you know, all the cliffs, the doors, lava pits, all that bullshit. Anyway, for example, if you go all the way down here, you don't hit a wall or any kind of boundary. You just come out up here, but without any indication that you've done so. What kind of bullshit is that? Everything looks the same anyway, so it only makes an already confusing game even more confusing. Who would want to play this? I'd rather drink buffalo shiz. It's a combination of shit and jizz. Yeah, that's foul. I apologize. You know,
That's the one you apologize for when there's jizz involved? Whoa, internalized homophobia much? James Rolfe?
Major paradox going on here. If you keep jumping down, you're basically coming out the top again. Yeah, you follow? It's kind of like a never-ending staircase. Even Einstein would be baffled by how this game breaks the law.
What the fuck? Select plus up equal bomb. This is a good joke. This is a really good joke.
Laws of physics. Just the fact that this game was made the way it is, it's a shit stain on the fabric of nature. Another thing I hate is whenever you get hit, usually by a stupid bat or something, you end up going ape shit like Indy's having a seizure or something. It stuns you for a few seconds, but if it happens on a conveyor belt, you're fucked. You're going over the edge. How did I die? Look at this. I jump down, I land on the conveyor belt, and I'm dead. You mean from sticking my toe in the very, very, very edge of this lava pit?
Hey, if you stuck your toe in the very, very edge of a lava pit, yeah, you probably would die, man.
Fuck.
Shit's heavy.
Try again. Kiss my ass. I hate this game. It's fucking horrible. Next up, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. But first, let's get Temple of Doom out of there.
He looks like a fucking 5-year-old. He looks like a big baby. Why does he look like a big baby right there?
The Last Crusade is another one of those games where you have to
Takes
press
to go
the
hard.
select button to start. Why is that? There are some good things to say about this game. It makes a legitimate attempt to follow the storyline from the movie, and it plays more like a traditional side-scroller. Most of the time, at least. There is an overhead stage where you're on a motorcycle, which is cool to have some variety, but then there's a puzzle. I don't want to do a fucking puzzle. I'm not even good at these things. What's it supposed to be anyway? I wouldn't be surprised if it was just a giant middle
Indiana
finger
Jones.
saying, fuck you. The side-scrolling stages are okay, but redundant. You just mash buttons. Sometimes you get hit, sometimes they get hit. Pure random.
That's not what redundant means. That is not what redundant means. What's redundant about them?
The castle stage is a fucking maze. Unless you draw a map, you'll never
You
know
mean
which
repetitive?
direction to go or where you've already been. This game can be annoying, but
I
it is
guess
playable.
they sort of mean the
I never
same
intended
thing.
to review it anyway because it's not the same version of Last Crusade
Sorta.
that I remember.
Different
Yes,
connotation.
That's right. Once again, there's two versions. The one we just played was by Taito. The other one's by Ubisoft. This time, both of them are licensed, and the cover art is almost identical. The differences are very slight.
Taito.
It's almost like playing one of those picture games where you guess
Taito.
what's different. So because they look basically the same, you would imagine that they're the same game, just like with Temple of Doom. But no, this time they're both completely different.
Why make 2 games off the same movie
This
on
would
the
piss
same
me off.
console? To
If
make
I asked my mom for Indiana Jones on the NES because I played it at my friend's house, this would drive me up the wall.
it better, right? Well, let's see how much better it is. While the animation is pretty decent on Indy,
Okay.
why is there this choppy outline around his body? And where's the color? Everything's in monochrome. It's like something you'd see on Game Boy. Indy's in like a sepia tone while the backgrounds range from yellow to green. What happened? Even the Game Gear version had more color, and that was a handheld console. So when the game begins, you immediately take damage from everything in sight. Even when you fall off the rope, some mysterious
That's what life's all about,
force hits
man.
you on your way down. Then you get shot at while you're wondering, where's my whip? Is this all you can do is just punch? How am I supposed to fight a guy with a gun with my fists? You think you can just take the platform and go over him? But no, you come to a dead end, with a little narrow opening just to tease you. No, you can't crawl. I tried. And you can't jump down either. So it's all the way back to the guy with the gun. You gotta get near him without touching him, and still, it takes quite a few punches to put him down. And this is just one guy. There's a million of them. Next thing, you come to a small body of water. You can't touch it or you die. You just keep jumping on the ropes. Fuck. Oh my god, get back on the rope. What the hell do I... what the fuck? How is Indiana Jones such a wimp that he can't set foot in water more shallow than a kiddie pool? All the way through, the game's without mercy.
who's saying
it doesn't
that's
help to
water?
not have a whip. And why does there always have to be a fucking time limit?
There's a time limit?
Once you get to
What?
the first level boss, any sane person would shut the game off. Just look, I have to fight a guy with a long-range weapon with my bare fists. Once you get the pattern down, you're able to step in, take a few jabs, and step back while avoiding the stalactites at the same time. And look how much damage it takes when you punch him. Is it a fucking joke? Dumbasses made this game. They should have sent it to the Marx Brothers. Halfway through the second level, you finally get this weird item. In the back of your mind, you think, what is that, a whip or something? No. By this point, you don't even expect the whip to be in the game. But yeah, this is the whip. You just have to select it, that's all. Why would you not want to select the whip? So now you're in complete shock, thinking to yourself, oh, I get it now. Like in the movie, he doesn't get the whip till he's on the train. But whoa. Let's talk about the story. As the game begins, it just says exploring the caves. That's it. It doesn't tell you why you're exploring the caves. But before you can complete each level, you need to find certain items. Here, it's a cross. So, okay, is this supposed to be the opening scene of the movie where he's young Boy Scout Indy? Then why does he have the jacket and hat? In the third level, he's in the catacombs looking for stone tablets, and in the fourth level, he's in the castle looking for the pages of his father's diary. So the whole game is loosely based around scenes from the movie, but the whole time it's the same adult Indy. So here's the bottom line. Either follow the movie or just give me the goddamn whip. This is great, right? You remember when Indy fought an archer on the train? Come on. You gotta be kidding me. Oh man. Just die. Oh, God.
Is this racist?
Oh, my God.
Probably.
Fuck, man?
I think one of my favorite brands of, like, humorous racism is the musical humorous racism. Hear me out. Something about, like, the stereotypical Chinese music when an old Chinese man shows up in something. It's instant comedy to me. It's instant comedy.
You think Indiana Jones would have been a great concept for a side-scroller game.
Like a little
but they
Spanish
just kept
guitar
fucking
thing
it
when the
up.
Mexican guy
How'd
shows
they
up.
do this? It's ass! But here's one which was actually pretty decent. So let's take a quick look.
Okay.
Indiana Jones' Greatest
It's gonna
Adventure
play
is
those
exactly
games
what you
that
expect
are
of a
okay.
movie-based game on Super Nintendo. You move from
I don't
left to right,
believe
you kill a bunch
that
of bad guys with your
anybody
whip. It's more self-explanatory than most of the previous games, which makes it easy to
plays
pick
the
up and
shitty
play.
games that
And
suck
thank God it has a
ass.
password system with only 4 characters, making it easy to continue where you left off. Best of all, the stages all follow scenes from the movies. That's right, from Raiders to Crusade. One thing I find funny is that the final boss of the game is the skeleton. You know, when
Oh my
Donovan
God.
drinks the wrong grail. Kind of reminds me of a Castlevania game.
Hey, fuck him up.
Overall, LucasArts gave the same care and attention to the franchise as they did with their Star Wars trilogy. Except here, they're all rolled into one game. Same as me, combining 3 reviews into one. But hey, now I'm pushing 4, so let's end this thing.
So let's end this thing. The drum beat when Indians appear. Exactly. Or like the woo, you know? Or like when a Japanese guy shows up and he goes, you know?
Final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship NES. Its continuing mission.
Oh yeah, the
to
guitar riff, the
explore strange
you know.
consoles, to seek out bad games and review these humiliations. To boldly
It's great.
go where no
It's
nerd has gone before.
Banger. Okay. Star Trek. Complicated feelings on Star Trek coming from me, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that for one. Because, yeah, an accordion when a French guy appears. Banger. Instant comedy. I have thoughts about Star Trek because I have to like Star Trek. I am familially obligated to like Star Trek. I am not allowed to not like Star Trek. So I have to take what little enjoyment from it I can from where I can. That being said, it's not great. Yeah, yodeling when an Austrian appears is a fantastic example. I like the Next Generation and DS9. Those were the ones that I normally liked. But every other one I could not get. Yeah, Theremin when an alien appears is great. Theremin when an alien appears captures the exact same like genre of humor that I'm going for, like the woo, you know, like that sort of fucking sound when an alien shows up is instant comedy.
Man, next time I'm taking a shuttlecraft. I don't like having my molecules scrambled all over space. Well, anyway, what can I say about Star Trek? It's one of the biggest cult phenomenons of all time. And as a result, there's a whole galaxy of Star Trek-related electronic video games. So much that it overloads my sensory input neurocapacitors. So, let's just check out a few.
First,
Is this his dad's shirt? Did he make this? He made the shirt himself. 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 He made the shirt himself.
The Vectrix has a built-in screen.
He's boy moding? Fuck you.
Fascinating. What made this thing unique for 1982 was that it used vector graphics. All straight lines, no pixelation,
This kind of cool.
bright and vibrant.
Smell.
This is the way many of the early arcade
You
games
heard
were.
me.
Vectrix brought it into the home. Only thing, there's no color. But here's how they got around that. Each game came with an overlay. You just slide it over the screen and there you go. I fail to see the point. Anyway, you're just flying around blasting enemy Romulans and Klingons. You can raise your shields to defend the Enterprise, but this depletes your energy, which means that you need to refuel by locking onto your space station. One thing that's incredibly annoying is this loud buzzing sound. It reacts to the graphics. It's caused by a lack of shielding between the ray tube and the speaker wiring. It's penetrating my auditory nerves. I must deactivate this game's power supply. Next up, Star
Okay, we
Trek
get it, man.
Strategic Operations Simulator for the Atari 2600 electronic gaming console.
That is such a mismatch. Star Trek Strategic Operations Simulator for the Atari 2600.
Basically,
The Mona Lisa as painted by ants.
it's the same sort of game. You're just flying around blasting Klingon ships. You have to touch a certain amount of star bases before you can advance to the next sector. You have sort of a radar screen at the top. You could almost look at this screen the whole time you're playing, so it's kind of like having two different angles.
That's kind of cool.
I find this to be an incredibly simple game, but for whatever reason, they decide to make an overlay for the controller. Next up, same game, same name. The name which just rolls off your tongue. Star Trek Strategic Operations Simulator for ColecoVision and Atom
Star
Computer
Trek
Computer
sus.
System. Like I said, it's the
Sus.
same game, but the graphics are improved. The ships are more detailed.
The ships are more. The ships. The ship.
Are all clearly indicated, instead of just having mysterious blocks. Yeah, take that, you sons of bitches. Damn Klingons. Klingons suck my ass.
Alright, what's going on? There appears to be an interference. What's the meaning of this attack?
Ah, photo nerd.
What is it? You want Genesis? You can have Genesis.
We got some more brown face.
There, come down and fight.
Oh my. Oh no. He's got the pink lips. The pink lips.
Well, lesson learned. Don't say anything bad about
Oh, don't say it.
Klingons.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Fuck around. Anyway, we've seen how simple the early Star Trek games are, but as they went on, they became more intricate. And there's tons of them. So let's focus on just one more. Star Trek 25th Anniversaries for the NES. To begin with, the music and the graphics are quite good, but my senses indicate a large deposit of bullshit. The storyline involves the Enterprise being trapped in
There's a Sky Williams video where at some point somebody says something about his lips, and he says, What about my lips? You think I got fat, watermelon-eating, chicken-sucking lips?" And that line has stuck to my head. It just makes me, whenever somebody brings that up in regards to blackface, that's what I think. It's so fucked. God.
Dimensional gravitation gate, whatever that is. Unable to engage
Oh,
the
man.
warp engine, Scotty says that we need to replenish our
It's so
supply of
dark.
lithium crystals. So that's all good, but cut me a break. You're given so much text to read, it's more
Holy
like reading a
shit.
Star Trek novel than playing a fucking game. Spock detects the lithium crystals hidden on a nearby
just like him.
planet, so Kirk, McCoy, and Spock all beam down to explore. You're relieved to finally start walking around and doing stuff, but only then is when you realize how astronomically ass this game is.
It's just like a
The first enemies
JRPG.
you encounter are plants that spit at you. The projectiles are practically invisible, but lethal as hell. You just want to phaser fuck these little bastards to death, but they're
Oh,
almost
God.
impossible to hit. The problem is in the walking. You can't go diagonal, only straight up and down or left and right. But you move like you're locked down on a grid. Then you encounter these tiny little worms that crawl all over you. You think because they're so small they won't hurt you much, but no, these things are serious.
These are the little fuckers
So
from
anyway,
fucking
you're trying to find these dilithium crystals, which Spock says is
Cruelty
located in
Squad.
some ancient temple. So you talk to some of the natives, and they're like, "Sure, we don't care.
Oh.
You crazy spacemen from the distant future who we've never seen before.
Oh,
Go
no.
ahead and raid our holy temple." In fact, they even offer to help make a repellent for the bloodworms in the forest. It's like, hey, you want to rob my house? Here's the key. Most illogical. Only thing, you gotta bring back a shooting flower so they can make the repellent. Shooting flower? You mean these things? So you stun it with the phaser and you pick it up. Now, of course, picking up objects in this game is never simple. You think you just touch it and that's it? But no, you gotta stand next to it, scan it with the tricorder, and talk it over with Spock and McCoy, and then finally pick the fucking thing up.
You gotta talk it over.
To the witch
That's
doctor,
important.
and he makes the repellent. And once again, you gotta pick it up. Shall I add the repellent to our inventory, sir? Yes or no? Yes, of course. Please do. Why would I say no? It's like my crew
Earthbound
are out of their
inspired
minds.
RPG.
Also, they do a miserable job trying to follow you. Come on, how would anybody get stuck on a bush? So we get past the bloodworms, you shoot down some wolf sort of creature, and then have dialogue afterwards. Will it be alright? Who the hell cares? It tried to kill us. Just shoot the fucking things and move on. A ghostly dragon pops out of a hole.
Oh my God.
And I'm suddenly interrupted by a dialogue box saying, "Be careful, Jim. That creature looks like a dragon from Terran mythology." Yeah, thanks. So next thing, you're in the temple.
just got
You come
fucked
to a
up.
series of rooms with weird symbols on the floor. If you just try to walk across, you die. You gotta know the right pattern. So before you even get to this room, you gotta memorize the order in which the symbols appear on the wall. So unless you have an amazing memory, you gotta write it all down. And that sounds like fun, right? Why not play a game where you gotta write down cryptic symbols? So many symbol combinations and
That's a thing, James.
several dialogue boxes later, you finally
It's a
get the
whole
cryptic, and then
genre
it's
of
back to
video
the
games.
Enterprise. Here it's more like a role-playing game or a simulation game. There's many things to do and many
Oh my God.
planets to explore. If you're a fan of Star Trek, you'll notice that's pretty loyal to the original series, and if you play it for a while, you might be able to get into it and adjust to its crap factor, not to be confused with warp factor. But for me, most of the time,
This is
I
a
just
crap
can't
factor
figure out
10.
where to go or what to do. I tried calling the game a piece of shit, I tried giving it the finger, but verbal and gestural persuasions proved ineffective. Anyway, this part of the game is based on the episode A Piece of the Action, where you travel back in time to 1920s Earth. First, you gotta find a library card, then you gotta get back your lost communicator. You zap two guys, you find a diamond, you exchange it with the shop owner for a marked deck of cards, then you find a bone on the sidewalk and a gumball from some guy with a dog, then you find a hairpin, and then you find a stick. You have to put the gumball on the end of the stick, put it in the gutter, and fish out some coins. Then you talk to a bartender to get Oxmix's phone number. You give him the diamond in exchange for some plates. You take the plates to the police. Use the hairpin and the bone to open up a door, find the counterfeit money, use the coins on the phone booth, give the operator the number, go in to talk to Oxmix about the communicator. He tells you that Bonehead Malone has a communicator. You go to the casino, you give Bonehead the money, you give him your marked deck of cards, and you get the communicator.
No, I won't destroy it. Maybe the game designers did the best they could under the given circumstances. You hear? You'll have to get your entertainment someplace else.
That's actually an episode, a reference to an episode of Star Trek, in case you didn't know that. So that's a reference to an episode of Star Trek, in case you didn't know. I just thought you might want to know that.
You have demonstrated the advanced trait of mercy. Mercy this, motherfucker!
Superman 64. I think we save it for next time. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to send you off to on a big old raid adventure. How's that sound, huh? On a raid Shadow Legend. How's that sound? Good old raid Shadow Legend. We got Aegis playing EMT.
I listen
No,
to a lot of
Susu is playing World of Warcraft. I'm not gonna make you guys watch World of Warcraft. Overwatch 2, League of Legends, Call of Duty mod. I'm not gonna make you guys watch. Okay, I'm gonna send you guys to Over Easy X then. Let me just do that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you everybody for giving this the old watch. I enjoyed my time I spent with you. Thank you, gamers. Thank you. Thank you all. I will stream at least one time between now and Halloween, and then on Halloween night, because I'm not doing anything, and I know you're not doing anything either. So, see ya, gamers. Hope you have a good night.